Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, no marathon programming, back to marathon speedrunning of a pixel and rigging. About much, let's get into it. Hello. So, is this tracking right? 1 second. Ah. Do. I think the model is broken. 1 second. We're starting off great today. I must have, Oh, that's why. The mouth is linked to the blinks. Give me 1 second. This does not stand for me. This is what happens when I, rig early in the morning. Earlier than this. So what I did is I accidentally had the eye selected for the mouth, and with testing it, I didn't see it. So rare scrib, rigged scrib. Alright then. So all I need to do, go down into here. Yep, would you look at that? It's eyes. And switch that over to mouth open. There we go. Now, if you excuse me 1 second while I reload everything. Export. It only gets me every once in a while. Either way, let me discuss. So, while I'm getting this set up, I'm currently going to be working on a pre-debut VTuber, Mimi Lune. Luna? I have it somewhere. Oh no. Did I forget her last name? Probably. Lune. Has not debuted yet, but figured I'd give a shot at doing something interesting for model. So today it's going to be a non-standard one. What I mean by non-standard, it's not going to be a standing up VTuber. It's going to be a... Sorry, I can't move all this at once. It's not going to be like a standing up A pose or T pose model, or even I pose, as I have suggested once or twice for some character designs. It's going to be... I think surprisingly enough, I think the last one I did in this sort of idea is the Mimi one for Mimioi, who was reading Yahweh and all that. And I did one in the past, I'm not sure if I did it on stream, for Aicho, which was sitting down and not doing that. So the main idea behind this is that it's going to be... Whoop. I was still showing screen. Whoops. The main idea behind this was that it's going to be a more animated, but I don't want to animate the full... There we go. Okay, everything's back working. And get back into here. Please go away. There we go. So, what I mean by animated, Live 2D does a general tweening system where it will estimate how much this rotation needs to be. So if we have this... Can I pick the rotation point on this? Anyways, either way. So it will generate, given a base point, how to rotate this, or the textures will be known like this is the max point, this is the min point, and it will stretch this out. When I say doing this in a more animation style, I mean like if I'm going to have the arms come out, they're going to be like here, and then they're going to come out to here, and here in a chunky way. I had tried a little bit ago to do this with like Skylar, but I was like doing it like 1 pixel at a time, then a big jump. That doesn't work. You have to do this in big animation chunks. So everything online, this is going to just be a quick rundown of our fairy. And well, there's her piercing eyes, staring straight into your soul. So I got a few images of her, done by various artists, and a little bit off the model of expressions that she had posted recently. The one that is going to be most useful, actually, is this shot of how her wings are supposed to work, because we'll get to that in a second. But, cute, small, definitely size of a fairy. The clothing, I don't think... I thought she was a little more flatter. Okay. The clothing, don't think there'll be much of an issue except for the transparency that is going on with her sleeves, but I should be able to work around that. I can literally just have them be transparent. I can build up some transparent gradients on there by having just multiple layers. And here is probably more the one that inspired me, with her face down in her little, oh, she had a name for it. I can't remember the thing. It is a cute little mascot type thing, though. Garters. Okay. That aside, so this is what I'm thinking for today, and why I said there's probably going to be a big chunk of how this stream is going to start up. So I'm going to have it in a standard screen resolution, which means high definition, widescreen. It's going to be like divided by 4 and then up by 4. But my current idea is we have her face here. We have her hugging a pillow. And then her wings back here, flapping. I don't know if I will do the schoolgirl, you know, legs come in back and forth or anything like that. This almost feels like an ASMR model or ASMR animation, but it's going to be a full model in the sense that things are going to move around. So what I want to have is like down here, we have Sleepy Mimi. Like the eyes will open slightly and all that, but the face goes up, gets more awake, a little more, I'm just trying to find, yeah, this will work. Will be a little more awake, and then I will probably do this good old piercing stare of the eyes sort of bouncing around. To facilitate that, I'll have to have like the upper body move up and probably readjust a little bit. But I'm going to have it in like, as I said, animation. So it's going to be here, and I think I will need 5 frames to do this any justice. So we'll need like a middle one here and another one here. And I may be able to cheat just a little bit and like bring this down, the eye sets down or up from this one. But we'll see. So I also will have to bring up the wings and all that. And I may just, you know, cheap out and do the scene a lot closer, which probably will be, given the resolution we're working at, probably the better option. But that is what I'm currently thinking of right now for this. So let me just get my palette set up, or my resolution set up. Giving me good old 480 by 270 of a screen, of a canvas size. I'll probably work on the background a little bit, but not to start with. So unlike my previous attempts at this sort of thing, I'm going to have a little bit of live 2D transformations in there. Like you could have a little bit of sway back and forth, but I'm not going to make it pixel perfect like I did with the other ones. Let me just see. I don't think anything really well, okay. Let's go off this. So a lavender color. would probably be nice. So let's go with that. Just for now. Take a purple. We push it a little to the red. Oops. Yeah. Push it to a little red. Increase its decrease its saturation. I think that's a little more. Whoops. Cancel. I mean, I could also just do this and then go to my standards. Where are you sitting? You're sitting at about 50 and 70. Where are you sitting? You're sitting at about 20. Okay, so if I put this at 50 and 70. Little too bright for my taste, but let's just sit there for now. Background. Now then, let me get my grid up on the screen. This is currently set to 16 by 16. And I'm going to work on where the head's positions are going to go. So we're going to have head down. And I should probably, well, I could actually go off this one. I'll pale. You are basically on white. Okay. I don't know why, it always surprises me. I try to give the models a little bit of a glow to them. A little bit of healthy, I've been outside. Okay. So, 64. I might be able to do the whole model in this, but I'm trying to avoid that. Now. Trying to think if the canvas is going to be too big. I could probably get her completely lined down then, because this is a lot of pixels to work with. So, let's just call it layout. Rule thirds. Let's rule thirds this. Somewhere about there. Well, whoop. Give us a kind of dark blue pillow. So we start with this as a prop. Pillow is right about here. I'm still going to give her a slight amount of color. 95. 95. That guy. So, you put head right about here. Forward hand. Have her kind of hugging the pillow right about here. Start like that. That gives us a general direction of her body goes this way. Do we have a shot of her back? I think it's just going to be, you know, like standard Seifuku, but how do the wings come out? Well, they look like they come out about the middle. Actually, is that midriff? That is midriff. Yeah, they come out the middle. Did I close the... I think I did. Nope, I moved it over here. So. Okay, this color. Convert it to about my thing. 225, 40, 40. Oops. 225, 40, 40. Is that a little too saturated? Possibly. Let's, Oh. 245, 40, 40. There we go. Head up here. Just for now. As I said, get away a little bit with the, yeah, as I said, this is going to be messy and me figuring out a few things. And this is exactly what I meant. Because this is working at a little bigger scale than I've done before for these. And if I get too frustrated or it's just not going anywhere, I will downscale it to probably a nest screen size. Because that is where I'm comfortable working on. So, I think she's about 5, 6 heads? 6 heads, feels like. So much gradient. Moggy, why? Mogi. Yeah, okay. So. I'm just going to leave that there for a second. Let me put some guidelines on here. So, if we say shoulders are here, let's use a different color. We say shoulders are here. They go back like that. And shoulders are here, and they go back like that. Might want to move the head a little bit. Where's her midpoint going to be? Probably right here. Means we divide this into... Make that a different color so it's actually visible. There we go. And I may or may not have the legs, the feet come into frame. That'd be cute, but anyways. A little bit of perspective there. Just enough to be dangerous, not enough to be good. Okay. Move the head over like this. And let's change up this pillow. Where are you from? Okay. Hands are a little big, but they're just there for me to figure out what's going on. Because these aren't the biggest grippers. No, wait, that's the sling for feet. Either way. But now that I got some of this figured out, skirt would puff out right at the midriff, it seems, so can basically go this puffing out. Is it a... I wouldn't say that's the most covering. I could probably be safe like that. Let's slim this down a little bit. She isn't the largest of fairies. Also, I will say I do exclusively use a mouse for this. Alright. Now then. I put a space in there. Glorious. Okay. As I said, I want this to go up. Use this. I want this to go up to about here. Well, maybe not even that far. So, saying like down here sleepy, and like she can barely open her eyes and talk. And then I guess that like maybe like this is just the top of her head. You know, you have your hair vents here. You see the back of the head, which is something you rarely see on a model. And then going up here would be, you know, your standard sort of face here and all that. I'm not going to have a whole lot of physics on this. Why? That seems about correct. So we need one here, definitely one in the middle, and one here. Going in a nice little curve because the pivot is way down here at the back of the neck. So this would be a lot more forward, but for example, it works. So let me just eliminate this. Get our rubber hose in place. Gotta make sure it's the same length, though. I don't think so. And there will be a little bit of changing on there. I think once I get one head size down, I should be, well, basically one ball down, I should be able to readjust on it as I go along. This would be more here. Would we see any of her shoulders? No, the collar goes pretty much up, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that. Won't need to have the choker, won't need to have any of that. Alright, let's adjust this. And by adjust this, I mean completely delete it, and then use the terrifying circle tool. And what I'll say on like these sort of projects, take one bite at a time. As you see, I didn't like start drawing everything from the start. I put down shapes to try and figure stuff out. Usually I can't do that because, well, I'm working in pixels and the guidelines would be bigger than anything I could work with. Okay, so I'm going to call this the base head size, just to work with it. And I'm going to duplicate it. Now this will be a tool for me to use later. Head down. I'm going to duplicate that and follow my animation line. Where the bottom... We might get some neck here. Okay. Head middle. Going to duplicate that and just bring it up. Oops, helps if I turn off the other one. Bring it over a little bit because face the audience. Head up. And now let's tween this a little bit. Head down. What do you call it? 2? Yeah. Yeah. And we'll be able to actually even test the animation on these. Head middle 2. This one's just going to be slightly over. A little bit more this way, actually. Boop, 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 boop. We get a nice little curve. That one, I think, might need to be up more. Well, anyways. As I said I was going to do animation, I'm going to do animation quickly. Just to see if that works. And then I can work from there. The new frame, we're going to... Oops. We're going to need 5 of them. I'm going to put them into... By right-clicking on there, go into a new tag. And this will allow us to set up animation, which I'm going to set up to be ping pong, i.e. go up and down. I don't get to set their properties, because it's going to be a little too quick. So I'm going to do 250, which is 1/4 of a second. It should be more like a 6 if I was actually doing like a 24th or... So TV generally runs at 24 frames per second. It's possibly changed a lot since streaming has come into play, but that is the speed it used to go. Now, if you're doing smooth animation, you're doing it on the 2s, which means you only have like 12 frames of animation per second. Which is still a lot of frames to put down, even though you can cheat a little bit by, you know, reusing the head and having a blink cycle in there, or a mouth flap go up and down. But you can get a lot lower, and that gets used a lot. But yeah, so this is 4 frames a second. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn on all the heads. We're going to do a bunch of deleting in these frames because that will show us if we're getting this right or not. So, away with you. Away with you. And we're going to just basically have a diagonal line that goes across here, and that will be the head we're looking at. Okay, how smooth is it? So I might need to change where the bottom one is, because you see, like, it goes too far in. So let's just sneak that a little bit this way. Much more agreeable, and it looks like that it's rotating around something, which is the only part I really wanted out of it. Okay, so now that this one has changed, Control-L, delete that one, put it back in. Now, we need to get at least a little bit of hair, and as I said, I'm going to be showing a bit of the back of the head, which is going to be terrifying because I've never done anything like that, but be a bit brave. Question is, get rid of these animations. We might need them later, but we will need to re-import everything across anyways. So, head down hair, and we're going with a pure white. Will this work? I think I'll need an outline definitely to work on it. She stares into your soul. Okay. So I had a guesstimated head will be down there. I'll need to edit the face shape on this, but I need the basic shape to be there first. Did I have her hair down? She's so sleepy. Will she take her twin tails off when she goes to bed? Questions. Okay. And she has elf ears. So, if this is the top, like the middle of her head, the elf ears would be coming out like right here. Actually, I might need to put them... I'm going to make them orange for right now. But if we're saying that this is the middle of the head, this is the middle because the eyes are about down there. And her elfin ears are about a quarter of her head. So, like this, from here to here. Like right about here. They're all the way out. And on the other side, I'll get to them later. I know this is a complete mess, but trust the process. Oops, wrong layer. Just to give myself a little bit of something. Okay. I'm going to make a group. Head down group. And how do we want these to lay back? It'd be going to about midway to her back. I'm going to put this below it so that I can have it have some depth compared to be behind her ears. Yeah, because those come off about the quarter top of her head. And once again, going to use a different color so I can actually tell what's going on. I might have to have just the ears on top. Yeah, it feels like it. Okay. Let's just make my life easy. Okay, there we go. Fix up our sins back here. Boom. Yeah, this isn't going to be exactly as pixel as most of my other stuff, but it's nice to get out of things. Okay, so we have this up here. We have a sprite, thank you. Forward twin tail down. And once again, using a different color to keep things sane. Actually, we could put that just behind the ear. Be on the top of the head. Comes off here. And goes down her. No, this can do the whole go down like right here. That'd be cute. All those fails make it cute. Something like that. Is it poofy at the end? Of course it is. Okay. That means we go a lot more over here. And that comes back. Over here you can assume the same thing, but you would be missing half of it. So all we'd have is just like the top bit of it poking out with the ribbon on it. Speaking of which, just as a placeholder. And I think they're just, yeah, they're the simplified ones. Well, not simplified, simpler. The indexes are matching up, so I'm getting this transparent. So this doesn't like have, you know, like we have bow, and then we have streamers. This is purely bow. But is it? Does anyone else do it like that? Yeah. Oh, something like this. Just a placehold. Okay. I guess we're calling this head down hair cap. That is going to be the hair cap. Okay. Now, she has these bangs that go all the way down to her eyes, and we've kind of decided, the royal we here, that her eyes are about there. So let me give her more of a chin like this. And okay, a black purple, my favorite. This is going to be very tricky to mirror. So how I'm going to do this, I'm going to put this in the middle here. I'm going to draw the right eye over here, or her left eye, the right eye compared to us over here. Or what I'm going to call it in the end, the right eye, because it is going to be mapped to the to VTuber Studio's right eye, or Live2D's right eye parameter. So her eye style Okay, so she has higher in the middle, which isn't going to be useful for like right here because she's sleepy. So let me, like so. Okay. Now then. Whoops, it helps if I actually put it on a layer that is not that. I talk about layers for a second and then I don't make them. Right eye. Okay. Now, back to it. This would be eyelashes. Right eyelash open. Yeah, let's go with open. In between there, I am going to be... Yes, some... Down a little bit more than I need so that I can just cleanly take this off. Get the shape mostly right. Have that there. Now we have the left one is completely messed up. Whatever shall we do? We rotate it by -90. Once we get that, get it about here. Now figure out if it needs to be adjusted more, which it does. Right about here. Seems about right. We hit enter and then we clean up the pixels. And this is on a slant that will haunt me forever. But I will make do. So this is 2, 2, 1s, 2, 2. And this is 1s, and then we have to choose our poison, which is extending out that way for me. 1 second. Sneezing. Okay. I feel I've bitten off more than I could chew, but I'm going to go through this. Now, probably what I also will need is... Let me also, Oops. I was thinking... Whoops. Wrong button. I hit V. V moves everything. Technically should be like 1 eye length apart. Good enough. And I'll probably remove the bottom eyelids, but I need them to figure stuff out. So let's change the head shape a little bit. I like how that looks. We get the cheek in there. So we're going to have to change all the heads. That means we could just use the other ones as reference. This changes a little bit. Actually, whoops. It's fine. Won't be seeing most of that anyways. Okay, put this on. Because if I'm going to be doing this right, I'm going to be just moving this up, morphing some changes, And calling it good. I think this twin tail is fine. Let's get the front hair. I won't be animating. I won't be putting a lot of physics on it, if any. So I don't need to segment it as much as I usually would. Head down, front hair. Once again, grab another color so that I can tell. Okay, she has this. I'll need to get to that later. And the hair cap and the hair vents. I'll probably put that on its own layer so that these can be separated, because this is definitely going to move a little bit. It's being her side locks after all. Then we have this piece right here. But what I'm doing now is these ones. Looks like I can mirror them. But I can't mirror them because... No, that won't work. And I can't set an arbitrary mirror line yet in Sprite, so it is what it is. Okay. This goes slightly above her full eyes. Right about here. We have it go up. I'll smooth out the curves later. I might simplify some of this a little bit by just, you know, like going like, hey, I know there's other stuff here, but this is all you're getting. But I'll probably cut back down into it. This side will be a little more open since it's not curving on the face. I might be able to just like say, look, hey, look, there's the little notch. And then we have one that's below the side lock. This probably also is going to change where I put the ear. As I said, this is going to be a lot of front-loaded stuff, because it's going to be 90% art, and then 10% cursing. I'm trying not to curse. But yeah, the last bit of it is probably going to be a quick rig, because besides eye blinks, which I will just have to line all of them up, I won't be needing to do much. Okay. Boop. Select that, and let's drop this by hue saturation down to like 90. Make sure it's on the blue. I mean, she's a blue girl. Oh, I actually have outline on outline, not inline. Okay. What wins in that one? None of them. Actually, the front one wins. So... something like that. I'll get back and pixel it to perfection later. Like that. This one goes up. And then this one goes up. Head down, front, inverted ahogi? Would you call this specimen that? So... also, I think technically this should all be pushed. Yeah. I'm drawing it too flat. Let me fix this first. The head is down, so all this stuff should be pushed down perspective-wise. So this should join much earlier than that. And this should be overtaken much earlier than that. Get this. Boom. We'll say it like so. Okay. Boom. Make this 2's going up, sure. 3's at this point. Just trying to make the edges of the pixels look nicer. Because there are some stinkers in here. Oh, that could be 3. That can be 3. That could be 2. That could be 2, and that can curve in. Alright then. Bop bop. Alright. There we go. Now, actually, no. Let's, get you extended out a little bit. Excuse me for 1 second. Be right back. So long since I've been on this one. Okay, anyways, be right back. Okay. Now back to the madness. This could be a little larger. 1 second. Hey, sprite. There we go. A terrible creature is taking up the bottom right corner, but that's just how it is. Wait. Oh. I'm in the wrong scene. 1 second. There we go. I was wondering why everything was looking off. Okay. Hey, sprite. You can go up about here. And a terrible creature in the corner. That. Okay. Now then. Front, down, healthier. I'm going to readjust this a little bit. This is going to be covered over by oh. Get this off for a second. Turn continuous off so I'm able to select this and just go clean. No extra inline here. Okay. Much better. Now, head down. Side lock. Oop. And that's going to live right about here. Hmm. You know, I'm almost not feeling this. And all. What is this resolution? Is 480 by 270? Yeah, I think this is too big. Like, I'm trying to remember off the head the nest size. Nest screen resolution. 256 by 240. Like, just to see. No, I'd be in the same spot. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to it. So, the inverted Ahoge lives right about here. And it's just this color so that I can actually, oops, work on it. Is that too much? No, that's a very round side. Okay. What I want to do is do the cut from out here and then add more on that. On the inner edge. Go like this. Very carefully try to do that. And that part right there, that's the one that gets the... Okay, cool. Let's inline that. Do the same trick I did before where select that. Cut this a little bit so that it's feels sharper on this one. This is supposed to be round, but it's not supposed to be that round. That's probably too... could be worse. I'm going to add a few more. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's just slam that in. There we go. Much nicer. Also, probably should bump that in, but she doesn't have bottom eyelashes. I'm just using that for reference. Also, the void. There we go. This means the other side has something to have to void. Nope, it's fine. Now, for the main shape of her face comes from the side locks and the air vents here. Probably going to have to move all this stuff in a bit because I'm getting everything in here wrong on the first blush, but that's what you expect. Everything's going to be wrong when you just start throwing all that down. So, gotta work with it. Now then, trying to think here. I think this might have to be moved down a little bit. Possibly pushed over to make it look like that it's curving more because, well, the head is down more than it would be in the default picture. Boop, boop. If I was sane, I would have had this all figured out days ago, but when do I do things sanely? I've had the idea. I mean, this is a cute idea. Now, usually I don't work at this big of a scale, and if I was thinking to do this more, probably in a better fashion for the stream, I would have been doing this, like, I checked to see if, like, I could do it as NES. If I could do it at NES resolution size ordered, I could probably get this done in the time frame I expect. But right now, I want to do this the way I want to do this. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Like to be bigger, bit bigger. You gotta challenge yourself every once in a while. Says the person who streamed for an entire week doing a roguelike. Yeah, I say. Okay, at least it's coming along. This looks a little off. Push this down a little bit. Better. I don't like that. Oops. Okay, we'll live with it for now. Also, I'm not being paid, so I don't have to spend 3 hours on it, but I'd like to. Okay, so I can never click right. So this is only slightly above it. So center of head is here. We come down right about there. We're going to remain a little high up here and then come down quicker over here. So that this is roughly on the same plane. And then we make the McDonald's arch. Goes up, comes down. This one you'll see more of. Comes up, comes down. Hands are probably going to be on top. So this goes out a little bit. Oh no. Probably be in front. At least to figure things out. And you should be in front of ears. And then this will, you know, like, do the floofiness off screen. I might need to literally change a few things. Yeah, this can come down too. So this is going to be slightly less. This part's going to be about the same, where, like, you know, goes off on that little journey. Comes down, pinches, spreads out. And towards the end, she has that little bit, which will be further past her chin. Her chin is buried in the pillow somewhere around here. We have it do a little bit of this. Right now it's going to be a complete mess, but this is going to be the basis for my other ones. Like, I'm going to have to pick this up, move it to where the other head is, fill in a little more of the jaw, and start getting the face on there. I mean, the mouth. Their mouth's in the pillow. Because that's cute. And if everything fails, keep it cute. Whoop. Alright. Don't like it doing that. Okay. This comes down like this. Have it do that. And it should be good enough. Boom. Not only is this non-standard, it's non-standard to my work flow. Oh well. Maybe I'll pick up something. And other hilarious jokes you could tell yourself. I think I'm making this one look a little too long compared to the others. So let's shorten it up a bit. Bring it like right about up here. Boom. Maybe just... Yeah, that is the right color. And just mirror it down a little bit to give it more softness. I think the main problem is that it's going to that straight drop. So let's ease that in. One of the main reasons that I work with everything on guidelines and all that, I can't actually quite picture this in my head, which is kind of a problem, but it's workable. There we go. Okay, I think we got this. We're going to have to smooth out a bunch of pixels, but for now, I think we got this. Now, I really would want to, like put in a million lines in here, but I think I'm just going to do a half shade and call it good for now. By half shade, I mean drop the luminosity down to 95, drop the saturation down to 95. That's not my saturation. Okay, what hue are you guys on? I thought I picked a better hue than that. You. Do you have a better hue? No. Okay. I guess we get to pick the hue from you. 255? 255. Awesome. And then this goes to 90. 90? Yeah, we should be using this everywhere. Turn off continuous. There we go. That's a much nicer shade hair color for her because she's primarily blue. She is a blue girl. Blue woman. Whoop. Helps if you turn on continuous for getting these. Little rough. A little rough, I will say, but livable. Okay, you. So if I can't get a straight line, I just need one that looks like it's a proper curve. That looks fine. I think this one should be here. So these ones can be long until they no longer can be long. So let's go with this for a second. Yeah, they need to be... Okay, I changed my mind. This needs to be a lot higher up. Because I don't want to do it like to like a couple of these. And then I get to, oh well, I have to do like a straight line. That's going to just look bad. Gotta make things look gradual, even though that might not make as much sense as you would like. Boop, boop. Okay. Turn off continuous. Smack in there. Boop. Get out the eraser tool. Commit unspeakable crimes against pixels. Okay, it's a little much because like it's sitting right there and you can see that it doesn't feel as gradual as that side. Because it's so many of those pixels going straight into twos. Can we just promote a few of these to threes and call it a day? And a couple fours. Nope. It's these suckers. So, we have the option of pushing these out to pinch it right there, which actually we don't want. We don't want that pinch. Decisions. Right now I'm trying to see if I move this up, does it get better? Because that means I could just move the whole thing down. I think it does get better. So, cheat to win. Just grab all this and move it down to here. Awesome. Oh, right then. Looks like we butchered that a little bit, but that's, I mean, that's gone forever. It can never be fixed. And okay, it's fixed. Okay. Boop, boop. This might also want to be... You are 32 pixels across. You are 30. So yeah, when you in Sprite, when you put down a dot, you hold shift. There's a little thing in the corner that tells like how long or how much of a square it is in the dimensions. So it's like 46 by 1. Now it's 47 by 2. And I was just looking at it for the horizontal distance at about like this point. So 32. 29. I think we need to push this whole inner part over a bit. Because it's supposed to be round. This is a thing I struggle at. So, should do it while I can. So let's say 3 pixels. Okay, let's grab all the transparent color. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. And join these up. Okay. Whoops. That was too big. And let's fix up the thing over here, which... Did I mess up by doing stuff? Or is this just always slightly off? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's cut some of this out. Also, I'm having a feeling this stopped being a real proper pixel model about 20 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ignoring that, you know I'm doing this. It's just so big I kind of have to mess with it. Okay. This feels a little too high. I think maybe if I just ever so carefully move this up a pixel or two. I say ever so carefully because these ones are going. So let's move it up like 2 pixels. How does that feel? No. Well, let's fix this elephant in the room. And then where'd you get that color from? Strange. Boop, boop, boop. And that's a little too much because you see, like, you zoom out, you notice this kink here and here because there's, like, no gradualness in this. We'll have to fix a few of these. Then, like, everything from here on in can be moved over one. The brain is very good at recognizing when things stop being a pattern. Okay, I'll say 4 out, and then I have to do this fade. And we have like a little too much there. So maybe we can go back one. Whoops, that's not the M tool. Marquee. I think that's about the best we're going to get it without having as much, without having too much distance. Move everything over like one. Everything's fine. I didn't like this. Yep, I knew I saw something off. There we go. Okay, let's take these hands out of the picture because they're kind of huge and not properly to scale here. So we have one cute girl. Should be behind the ears. Where are the ears? Oh. Oh, what horrors do I have here? The knife ears, they are not knifey. Look, if we can't stab somebody with elf ears, what are we doing here? Honestly, should be in a little bit more, but probably have a little bit one peeking out over here. But okay. I think we have a thing going on. Alright. Get back into here. I'm going to call this the head down group. Head down eye group. And now we're going to add eye whites so that we're actually able to see things. Once I get the eye whites in, I will get rid of that bottom layer. First, let's just make sure everything comes in correctly. What's the matter? Don't you believe in fairies? Now, as per most of my problems, this has to be... Oh, she has a little bit of that on there. I might neglect that just to keep things sane. I say. Boom. Boom. Two. Shave a little down here. Bottom of her eyes, she has a little bit of curve roundness at the edge. I think that's workable. Yep, I think that is workable. Okay. Let's actually make them not terrifying. I mean, she is a fae, but she's trying to be cute. Right eye white. Let's just give a little bit of this going on. So that is what the original model has, so I should try to respect that. Okay. Now that we have that, she has very blue big eyes with that little sparkle in the middle. Other people change a few things on that. Didn't I have... yeah. The close-up. Okay. Also, she has another one here. At least I can put a little hint of. Now then. I'm not sure if I will do full blink cycles, because, oh lord, something I'm not being paid for, this is a lot. Eye right. Or, down, face down, eye right. Why I'm trying to name these all different, or all unique, is that at some point they're going to be in live 2D. Not a good dream. Okay, she's going to be in live 2D, so I'm going to need to be able to differentiate them from each other. I think that works. Nope, you're taking up most of pupil type of thing. So if looking forward would be like that. And you do a bit of a blue outline. So let's we do have a black outline, but we also have a layer of blue. So let's just first off do that. Then I can put in the blue base by like by increasing this by like 10 or 15. Let's see what it looks like at 15. 30, 40. Not enough. $50? It's a little too this. Move hue over to 230. Yeah, that's about what I want. And it's just the thin edge. Then there's a bunch of gradient, but I'm not going to be able to do that. And then we have the little sparkle that's basically replacing her pupil. Staring into your soul. It is a yellow, but it's a paler yellow than this monstrosity. It's always so hard to get yellows to look right. Yellow is a really finicky color. So how am I going to cross this? The heater comes on. That's how. That works. That works. It's maybe a little off-center for this, but... also want to almost puff her cheeks out a little bit more. So I'm probably going to carry this along most of it, and I'm going to decrease the eye size, but this is a good start. Because as I said, down here it's going to be like, I'm sleepy girl. Therefore, it's going to be like dropped down to like this. And the eye's going to be up a lot more. Okay, how do her eyebrows look? Does she have eyebrows? Very tiny ones on top of everything. So let's get those in here. Head down, front, or right eyebrow. I'm going to be cutting so many things in this. Okay. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, this one oh yeah, this is just going to be ugly to do. 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. No. Something like that. I'll live with it. So what I'm also going to need to do at a later point is like actually have like a fold in here. She's buried her face into the pillow, cause Sleepy Fairy. And then I'll need to cut up these eyes, or the eye whites, so that it masks better. And I'm going to do right now is actually have these closed, so I'm not doing my standard 5 eyelids. Nope, for the blink. Today we are being sleepy and lazy. Whoops. So, eyes closed like this. It should be very apparent for her because, well, yeah, in this position. Okay. Can't exactly mirror this. I can use the same brush size. It's going to be largely like this, and then all over there. Oops. Okay. Change these a little bit so that they aren't so... Yep. And then... Oop. Possibly a little too thick over here. So let's slim it down. Yeah, get rid of that. It just doesn't look right at the 1 pixel scale. So if we get rid of the eye white... Yeah, I think that works. Looking at this, I kind of want to have this go up here more. But I think that's wrong. So, do I want to have, like... Yeah, maybe not. Let's see. Okay, sorry for being quiet there. Intense thinking. It's, yeah, I knew I wasn't going to like this. So let's push up from the bottom. Went the wrong way there. And then push out from here. 2, 3, 2, 3. This one's got to cut a lot quicker. Oop. Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Oh, terrible. Oh god, unfixable. Okay, it's fixed. I think it's good enough. So we got simple blinks, just open and closed. Maybe I'll make a mid-blink in there, but I want to get this head finished up so that we can move it up. So to get the head finished up, we have to get this twin tail finished up, and then we have to make its mate on the other side. If only it was this easy. I won't do that, but I might do a little bit of this towards the end. Okay. A little too far. We just wanted to be a bit off. We want to extend this up and then nice pointy twin tail. Look, if you can't use your twin tail as a weapon, what is it worth? Okay. Yeah. Something like that. And just something like this for competing planes of hair. Fix this a little up. So I could bring this up and start doing a big hole join here, but I think I'm just going to make it more lumpy. When has Lumpy Touch dropped a video? It's been a while. I hope he's alright. He used to stream. I don't know if it just got too much for him. This was like literally around when Elden Ring released. Yeah, Lumpy Touch has affected my style a lot more than it probably should have. I mean, quite literally, it's like, why do things... Why am I taking all this time when I could just use the rotate here? And then fix the edges. And like, is this actually any better than the crappy rotate I was going to do by hand? I mean, there are instances where you probably should do that. There is a concept, I don't know if it's still a concept, but back when they used to make documentaries on it, in like sci-fi movies with like, you know, spaceships or with series of spaceships, you know, like Star Trek and all that, there was the concept of a hero model for the important ships to use when they're like close up on. And this is all the detail, all the stuff, but they don't use it in like most shots because there's no point. Like if you have this far away shot, you want the model to look better, like not having all that detail, just be like noise on it. So okay, let me get back up to here. So now what we have this here. And when it gets brought up, it's going to have to shrink in and move up. Same with this. We have this. What layer are you on? What layer am I on? I am on it. No, mistakes were made. Okay, anyways. So this is here. But as the animation goes up to like right about here, this is going to have to go like that. That has to go up. This has to shrink in. Same with this. So this has to go up until it's like, you know, a standard floating side lock. Same with this side. Okay. Also, I think the back of this head needs a little more TLC. Was it TLC that was, you know, World's Deadliest Catch? I mean, they're both doing the reality shows of that nature. Also, we need something back here. There we go. Turn this off for a second so that I can fix up some of this. Room. Room. Okay, just making sure it looks round. Same process. Everything else. Though in this case it probably looks more mechanical. The steps than not. Good enough. Okay. Probably fix up this ear a little bit. We haven't grabbed a skin color yet, or a skin shade yet. So 85, 82. Wouldn't you note it? Ooh, I outlined you. I guess it's fine. All right. So we have this whole mess. You're outside the... Oh, that's the hair group. Okay. No, that's the eye group. Let me actually save to location. Storage. Model. Model. Make a folder. Mimi Lune, sleepy. Mimi Lune, sleepy. That A sprite. Okay. What are you? If I destroy you, does anything change? No. Nothing changes. Okay. I think I'm going to put the second... Well, we should also probably do the ribbon. Okay. 59... 52... Inline you. Turn you off for a second. So, on the model... I'm going to do this, because this makes more sense to me. It isn't exactly on model for what's happening with this bow, but that makes sense. Also, something of that nature. Something of this nature. Go down by 5, so 64. 7. Is this really the where I think it should be? Oh, 60. 4, 57. Yeah, what happened with that color? The saturation looked weird to me. That's good. Okay, let's put the side lock back on. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, cheat to win. What's the cheapest way I could do this without redrawing it? I'm going to flip this. I'm going to bring this all the way over, lift it up a little bit. I guess, well, do we need to actually delete anything, or can we just put it behind the hair cap? Cool. Take this one. Duplicate. Back. And I hit the wrong button. Back up there. Now we can get rid of the copy on the end. Okay. We flip this. And then we bring this over here. I think having it... Put this behind the pillow? Then, like, curve this off. Still think it's a little much out, so let's just do this. I'll need most of that for when it, like, you know, actually goes up. Okay, well, let's, move it in a little bit because the head is tilted. Like, over here. I knew there was some of you hiding off screen. Put it right back here. Me. Okay, I'm just trying to think of options that I can actually get this done today. So, probably won't be able to do a full 5 heads. Maybe we can have an up one. That's a decent ways up, but we won't have the smoothest tween frames. But that said, I think I'm going to stand up a minute, consider my options, and get right back to it. So, if you stand up if you can. Because it's almost been 2 hours, hour and a half actually. So, be right back. Wow. Da. Alright, I am back. Hit the button. Okay. So, we have Cute Fairy. Cute Fairy sleeping. Don't have any work on the body, but the work will be mostly shared between the two of them, so I don't think that's an issue. All this stuff is trash, just for getting in some guidelines and some scale. I'll probably, I don't know, put a bed there. Have a wall, have a window that has some slightly dimming and lighting up light, but for now, let me do the most terrible thing. I am going to copy paste this whole... Actually, I think I could do this in this one. Duplicate. And we should have an entire... Yeah. You know what? Close this. Okay, there we go. Head up group. I still want to do a middle. Oh, Lord help me. Head middle group. So, let's turn you off. Grab literally everything. Make sure it's on so that I can see it. Grab everything with a shift click. Gotta expand that out. Okay, it is expanded out. And move it to about mid-animation line level. So the chin, which we're going to have to put on here because we're going to have to give her a mouth, will be like right about here. Maybe even a little lower, because I'm getting rid of the middle one. Okay. So, as I said before, these have to fall down naturally. I have to give her a chin. So, middle of face down here. She has a very round chin. Very round. Very cute. And... Oop. Select all this, see where all this is. Then A. I need to fix that ear. Oh, I didn't actually do any... Yeah, let me go back and fix that. Because that's not looking great. Turn you back on. Where's the ear? There's the ear. Let's fix you. Okay, so change that into 2s. Push you all over 1. And then pull this out. Okay. Actually, no. I can just do a full screen select, copy the pixels and not have to deal with layer shenanigans. About here. Put that other one on just to see how far off I am. Okay. As I said, side locks have to definitely change. I think from here on, those are kind of gone. Maybe at this point it's there. Yeah. These ones almost work. But just a little bit past the chin. Yeah, that's a little too short. Doesn't feel nearly as puffy and nice. Let's extend it a little bit. Okay. That looks better. The best, probably not. This is a little too chiseled. Looks like no curve is going on whatsoever. Down here is going to be an issue. Okay. So, just trying to get that to look like it goes to a point. And that this is kind of this fluffy styling over here. You may want to show that there's overlap going on. And possibly put a little bit of a pinch in here, like this is fluffed out like that. Random pixels can't be there. It works. I think it works. Okay. Now, for this one. As I said, this was almost here. Oh, wait, mistake. Oh, look at that. Terrible. Who could do that? Okay, it's fixed. So this has to be brought in towards the face. Also, why haven't I done this yet? So I'm going to be able to preserve at least some of this. Okay. Oops. Helps if I'm on the layer. That can go down a little bit. Have to keep it somewhat in line with, like, we have a tilt going on. Okay. So that's too far to the face there. So I have the choice of putting this behind the head, which I might do. Have it curve in. No, I think that's going to be too much for this right now. Let's just tighten this up. Turn off the tail mid. This has to be moved up now. Probably has to be extended. There is a lot going on that I have to fix. Okay. Enough talk. Have at ye. Get out the red so that I could change some of this up. Have this come back in like that. And have this do that. And we just join this right here. Maybe have this curve like so. Just change the shape slightly so it feels like something happened. Okay. Okay, see how this looks. Not too bad. This is a little too fat over here. Once again, I do everything with a mouse. It's a... what's it called? Standing mouse? It's the mouse where you can use it with your hand sideways. I'm not quite deep enough to go, like, I should use a trackpad. I've known some people that do that, but... my only issue is... one, I don't think they don't feel as good to me. And two, if I ever have to use someone else's computer, I'm messed up for doing basic task mouse. So I just avoid them. Then there's also, I forget what it's called. The one thing that people try to sell on for it's a different type of keyboard configuration layout that's supposed to be faster because of modern English and reevaluation of how it should work. And I don't think I could ever do that. That's just like asking that like they go out of business and now you're custom wiring keyboards. I've seen some people who try to do like little study of them accepting it, and it's like, yeah, it absolutely kills productivity for like weeks. And then I don't see any difference. Like, oh no. And the heater that keeps me from dying turns on. Part of what I had to wait for this morning was to get the heater to click off. I tried to warm up the house before this, but we recently got snow again, so it's cold outside. Okay, this definitely needs to go up a lot more. Where can I get the material? Think about here. It's like, why is that on top of this? It's like, oh yeah, because all of it is on top of it. Can I select all of it? Yeah, I'm selecting all of it. Cool. Room. Okay. I think I'm going to stop fussing with hair a bit, and let's get on to the mouth. So, she has a very small mouth. She has top teeth. So, mouth group. Or no, this will be just mouth closed. Then I will put a mouth group on there. Oh my. Okay. So, very small mouth. How to work on this. Also, I need to fix up this edge a little bit. Three, two. No, let's keep that at 3. Now 2. Actually, no. I was incorrect. Terrible. Will never happen again. Okay. You know what, I could make this a giant hug pillow? But what would I put on the hug pillow? Let's save that for other things. Also, I need to have this hair go down sooner or later. Also, technically, I need to, like, raise everything up and over one and then, like, push this down and all that. I think I'll try and push that off till as late as possible. Anyways, back to this. Mouth closed, normal. I don't think I'll put phonics in here except for maybe an O. Oh. I was on a wrong layer. Okay. Gut, based, everything's fine. Okay, back up to here. Looks about good. Let's duplicate that to be mouth closed, smile. How do we change that? Quite easily, actually. Okay. Mouth closed. Frown. Turn you on. And let you down. If I knew more lyrics from Hurt, I'd say them. Something, something, Empire of Dirt. Yeah, that's a frown. Okay. So now we have the closed mouth group. Closed mouth group. And let's take the neutral one, duplicate that, bring it out, and use that as the basis for opening the mouth. And it's not a very big mouth, so I can cheat a little. Just go like this for mid. Probably should use something a little paler. Oh no, I have, there we go. That's a little too purple. That's a... No, that works. Okay. I'm going to half opacity so that I can just keep the same sort of distance, or the spread on here. This would be mouth, mid, smile. Yeah. Okay. Still cute. And now for frown, which I will actually use a little less. Because, well, frown. Turn you on. So use 1 pixel less. Okay, you can become normal again. Also, I need to put a nose dot in here at some point. Things I'm delaying. Okay, so this will be mid-group. With a kind of sad Mimi. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to New group. Mid-mouth group. Okay. Actually, what did she say on her bio? Mimi Lune. Lune? Lune? Cozy and chaotic. We gotta have a little bit of smug in her. I don't know about that 1 pixel. It works. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this. Full mouth group. Group, not girl. Full. Full. So mostly what I'm going to do for this is just extend it. I can actually move it up like 1 pixel. And pull out in this direction. Like this way. And I'm going to change in here a little bit. So like the upper lip is being moved up, because it is. I think that works there. Let's curve that out a little bit, knock that off. And I think we're golden. Now for normal. Once again. Moving everything up basically a pixel. Rounding out a little down here. So it's not bigger than the full one. It's a little bigger. Let's not completely overshadow this. So if we add this down here, does this still look fine? That's fine. In fact, I think this should be technically bigger. Why? Okay. And this basically only gets an extra pixel at the bottom, because not much is moving, sad, all that sort of stuff. So I think that works. Ear looks a bit off on this, and I think maybe I need to extend like jaw out to about here, and then curve up. She has a round face, but with that in here, that's some issues. Get over here, purple. Rome. Yeah, much better. As I said before, she has a round face, so it should maintain roundness. We must go wider. She'll be Megukaing in no time. Or Hidormi sketch? Hidomi? I don't remember. Same studio. That's the joke. And we have... Whoops. Where's the twin tail? Where the side locks? There we go. Goes back. Fill this out. Okay. I'm almost thinking the ear is too large. Almost, but it's about to be like covering this twin tail because this now has to go down. Like I said before, this has to slide down to like right about here. This has to slide in. This has to curve up. And then I have to merge all this mess together. Okay, so first off, everything's red. Everything's red and purple. So I need to have something to visualize better than this sea of white hair. Because the back of the head is white. Oops. And all that. Anyways, to it. And this should probably be vertically flipped. Pull in a little bit. Boom. Okay. Room. Now, I'm going to get a hair strand coming off there in a bit. But I'm just going to have to remake it from scratch. Do I really have a 1 pixel on there? Well, this is kind of a bigger one, so I can get away with it, but... yeah, I say. Okay, so as promised, a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. Put it a little more behind the ear. Check on how this goes. So a little bit out and then back in. It has to be round. It can't be like this flat edge. Because that doesn't feel right. Okay, let's see how this looks. Boop. Get you like that. Inline you. Turn off this bow, which is hiding all my sins here. Look at that. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, and like just have this go up like this. Give a little depth. let's change that. Also, we have to give her a nose. Scandalous, I know, but fairies have noses, I think. Yeah, look, there it is. It's a whole 2 pixels. Okay. I say. Okay, let me just quickly minimize this. I could swallow most of that. Yeah, that's working. I should, like, move this back up and, like, trim off a bit at the top of the head, but I might not just for time. What I would really want to do is, like, have a mid layer in here, but I don't think that's needed. Because I'm going to have a little bit of range of motion on the both of these. I am going to have a bit of range of motion on both of these before they snap into each other. So like this can get down to like right about here, chin level, and then it snaps into that. And I'm going to try and smooth that snapping through a pendulum. So, quick aside. So I am going to have, effectively, down, up. Now, I can't have this on a proper parameter, so it's going to be a derived parameter, and the derived parameter, I don't know, it's going to be like face up or head position up. But I'm going to have to derive that so that I can have a bit of smoothing on it, so that like you can't sit around like right here and just like flip back and forth. I'm going to have a slower pendulum that is going to be reading off the angle, or it's going to be reading by angle, so it's going to try to move one direction or the other when it changes, but like it's going to try and smooth out. So the head goes up like quickly, like down quickly. This thing isn't going to fling everywhere. It's going to like slowly be pushed this way going up and then slowly be pushed the other way once it goes below that angle. This is done by adjusting the shakiness, and this is basically what I do when I want one attribute to just like, how to put it? This is for what I do like on arm up. So when like I have the body extend slightly and like I have the arms go down, I use this sort of system so that like they aren't flinging everywhere and bouncing. Even though that might be better for some characters, for others not so much. Anyway, back to this. I still have the rest of the body and the wings to do. The wings are I'm definitely going to have like a couple frames for the wings, which are going to be the most interesting part to do, because, yeah. I do think this is cute, though. I am going to have like a little bit of ruffles on here. So like when she moves her mouth, these are going to move around a little bit. Not like ruffles, folds in the pillow. But anyways, back to this. So you go away for a second. And then I figure out you. I think he could just literally, let's get rid of you for a second. I think we could just hide it behind here. was going to say, where did the air vents go? I turned them off. I want to have that color be for, like, right back here. So it doesn't get too confusing. Okay, and we put the hair lock back on, and how does it look? What I'm doing is, yeah, let's just completely do it. Oh, her ear's supposed to be back there, too. I don't think we'd see it, though. Frustrating. No, we would be able to see it at this point. Okay. Back, mid, elf ear. So we just flip it. Negative 42. Okay. Go through this. We might backport this to the other one. We'll see. Okay. Do-do-do. Okay, sorry for being quiet. Just trying to clean up this mess. Because this is a mess. Gonna have to fix all that up later, but let's see what we're doing. That ear is not edgy enough for me. Okay. Operation Sharpen Edge. Okay, there we go. So, we push this behind the face. And we backport the sucker by duplicating it. I don't know what I do without a middle scroll wheel. It is required for all the crap I do. No, you go into here. No, you... Okay, let's turn this on. Will you go in now? Please? Hey, Sprite. Why do you do this? Like, unironically, why do you make it so hard to put stuff in layers? There we go. Okay. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Now we just need to drag this down, put it behind the head down. I said behind the head down. It looks a bit strange. Right here, maybe? Okay, let's flip between the two heads and see if that tracks. Yeah, the bottom attachment is about near the nose line, which she doesn't have a nose yet. I have not given her a nose. Let's remedy that. It's going to take like, 3 hours, but let's do that. So we have this. We add a new layer. Most important step. Okay, we have to be brave. Very brave. Okay, there we go. We got a nose. Do we need to add it down here? Possibly. Down nose. Okay, I think we're good. That terrible mission taken out of here. I think we need to move this in just a bit. Okay. And we cut this down to size. Same with up here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to cut. There we go. Now let me just flip this back a few times to convince myself that it's acceptable. It isn't, but... The bottom for jaw is like right down. Well, it's more over here, but right about there. I think these are lining up all right. They're lining up good enough. If I had more prep time and more thinking on this, I might be able to do a little better. But I think this should be moved in a little bit more. Whoops, not like that. I want to grab this entire thing, move you in a pixel. Grab this whole thing. Move you in a pixel. You know what? Grab this whole thing. Move you in a pixel. Guess what? I grabbed the whole thing. You'll be shocked. I move it in a pixel, and I went a little too high. Okay. Vroom. Vroom, vroom. And this works out, because as I said, I wanted to have it feel like, be a bit fluffy there. Have it feel like it's pulling out, going back in. And we could do the same over here by just doing this. Head up, head down. Head up, head down. I think this needs to be moved over a bit. Now, as I said, there isn't going to be much physics on this. So, how's it look for the down one? It might have moved it too much. So, turn that up. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I'm going to get a sandwich in me, so I will be right back. Won't be that long. Just get up, stretch yourselves. It's almost been 3 hours. Good thing I didn't put a timer up. Anyways. I may have made this too big too greedily, but I'll be done in a minute. Or 5. Alright. That should give me a few more hours to go off of. So back to it. So currently where we stand, we have the 2 on here. I wanted to have 5. That's not happening today. I need to get the hands on here. And the thing that will probably put this the most together is get some wings. So, I'm going to call the head good for now. And I'm going to focus on getting the body set up. So we kind of have this. I'm going to put it in the group, the body group. Are you in there? Of course you're not. Hey, Sprite Y. So I'm also going to nuke these just to... Yep, I have one. So first off, I want to base it mostly on this. Now, how do we want to do this? Why do I want to draw in her swimsuit now? Anyways. Let's see. So the collar is a lighter blue, almost that blue. I'm going to see if I can just bring this up like once. 2 steps, I think it has to be. We get a color we want. So I expect the collar might move a little bit. That's more saturated. I think it'll be good enough for this. That can go to the void. Thank you for your service. So this goes all the way out to her shoulders, and we estimate her shoulders are here. So let's drape this back all the way across here. If we make a neck, it will have to be on top of it, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that. Put this here. There we go. 100% better. Then we'd have her arms go back, come in here. Welcome to the stream. We've been making very slow progress. I had more ambitions of having more frames, but I think I'm just going to have it be 2 right now. And I'm going to try and animate her wings at some point. But this is for Mimi Lune, who is a... Lune? L-U-N-E. I'm going to have to hear her say it to get internalized. Who is a in pre-debut right now. And this is her. Full model. One thing I'm going to try to do is get her wings up correctly. Which, that's going to be interesting. Have a few images to work with. But I have this and a mid-state. I would like one in between here. I don't think I'm getting it. So I'm just punting and trying to get forward with doing all this stuff. Oop. Let me correct this sin right here before moving on. So, into the back. I mean, I'm not being paid, so I probably shouldn't give the $500 experience. But, yeah, I want to try and get this done in like 8-9 hours possibly. If I have more time, I will try and put a tween in there. Mostly the tween is going to go off of like the hair, because as you see, this goes up and like the hair has to be pulled in and all that. But I digress. So I'm trying to get the collar in. Bald. Okay. So that's where I'm going to be mounting everything on. It has some of that frills and has the white sailor stripe. So, I'm going to... Do we have a shot from her back? I could just say back shot, but that gets interpreted in other ways. No, we do not. I swore we had her just... there was an image of her just, like, laying down. Let me just do a quick look. Mimi. Pre-debut. Media. This is the one I'm thinking of, but everything is pushed off to the side. Do we have the full version of that? No, we do not. Oh, there's her in a jar. I mean, she's a fairy. What do you expect? It'll happen eventually. Okay. So I'm going to assume that it is the standard flat back. Like, there's two ways this goes. It's either where it's split, you know, it goes like this, or it has the square back where it goes like this, and that's more the actual sailor design. But it could work with split because, you know, her wings. But they seem to come out of her midsection. Or the middle of her back. Which is very convenient because she has a crop top, basically. So, the wings come out here. Alright. So I am just going to clean this up until I am satisfied. Round corners. And then we will get a white stripe in here by doing the dumbest trick. Contract. 4. Okay. Now give me a white block of 3. 3, we make it an actual block instead of the circle, and then we just touch the corner to the corner. Alright, every pixel. Oop. Oop. We will be fixing this up later because, yes, some of this is a little off, but for now, trust the plan. I almost didn't trust the plan. Boop, boop, boop. Also, I was sort of talking about compromises, and while I do, I spec for speed, if that isn't obvious. I try not to throw as much quality as I should for speccing for speed. So, I consider it any sort of victory when the model is correct enough. Even in my, well, one commission, which I do not know if he has streamed with that yet, but I have to make some sort of model showcase of that and put it somewhere. I was going to probably do that tomorrow, and then I'll just let that sit until I know that he's actually streamed with it, because I consider it rude to throw it out there, even though I have streamed working on it and all that. That's just me. But, yeah, I've taken some steps to improve my streaming setup. Like, I can get a better than 60% confidence right now on my live 2D tracking. So I might be able to do some proper, not hand setup, what do you want to call it? Animations. So Mimyoy had kind of explained on a stream what she does for that. Ugh, I don't like that. I'll just ignore it. There we go. That's what you should do with all your problems. Just ignore them. And that there's a way to just export it. So that's what seemingly she does. And I will give that a try as well. It's great to catch Mimyoy on streams, or Mimi as she's called, but if I say Mimi, I'm going to get confused with our little fairy here. Did she give a height? I mean, she kind of gave a height. I mean, she says she's at least this tall. Oh, she actually photoshopped herself. Quite well. A little bit of dust and speckles on the front would be great. Anyways. You know, in 7-Day Roguelike, I didn't get to make my... I would have usually put like a fairy in a jar, and that seemed like a perfect one to put in there, because Slay the Spire actually has a fairy in the jar relic. It's a potion, which is very perplexing. Like, it's not a relic, it's an actual just like potion you get. There's also a relic that does the same thing. Kinda, sort of. Where if you die, you get back at half health. Mama said I could do anything with my models, so I put it in a jar. But, yeah. It wouldn't have been a hard code. It would have just been like, hey, do you have the fairy in a jar? If so, pop it. And then put your health to this and just continue on like nothing happened. But yeah. As I said, should get to trying to do some recordings of animation tomorrow, tonight. I'll have to see. And then I'll have to see when he releases or does the first proper thing. I don't think he's did too many streams. I caught him before the 7-Day Roguelike doing Mugenics, which I need to do more of. Slay the Spire 2 has dropped, but actually, I have played a bit of it. Like, basically after the 7-Day Roguelike ended, I played a bit of it. I think it is... It's what it says on the tin. It's Slay the Spire 2. But I think I want to wait a little bit more, because I'm kind of interested in how the new characters turn out, and they need a little bit more tuning. Because the Slay the Spire 1 characters have a leg up of having been through the crucible of a whole nother game cycle. They haven't changed them too much, which is honestly really smart. It's like if you took your Magic the Gathering deck and got a new, how to put it? It's like Slay the Spire 1 was one block of a Magic the Gathering season, and then the new block dropped. You still get to play your old deck, but you get new toys. How does this look? Me. Okay, yeah, and that goes like right up to her neck, and her neck would be like right in this area, so I don't need to do much. Now I might need to move this up in a second, but let's just outline this and call it a day. No, they don't share the same enemies, but they could pull that off if they were like, you know, any other thing, but I doubt it. Can't say for sure all things, but yeah. They're probably still doing the sale right now. I'd have to check, but it was like 75% off. Honestly, they said they're going to be adding new characters, and I don't know what niches they can fill. Because they pretty much established the deck builder genre, the battle deck builder genre for roguelikes. So it's kind of hard to top themselves. Me. Okay, so if the head goes up, yeah, I'll have to move this up. I'll probably have to put a little bit of this in here. So you go into the head down group. 1 second. There we go. Not choking anymore. Okay, down collar. And we move this up. Just have to make sure that it's actually... Well, here's the one thing in Slay the Spire. They kind of have the main character, and then they have at least 2 or 3 archetypes they kind of fall into within that character. And it might just literally be enabled by like 1 or 2 cards. But like the defect in Slay the Spire... Well, I didn't copy it right. The defect in Slay the Spire has orbs that do things, like at the start of every round. But then you can make them do other things in the middle of the round, or expend them at any given time, and yada yada yada. But it also has, hey, I have huge cost cards that you could play if you, like, splash a little bit of orbs, or use this other card which will double your current mana. But yeah, there is exploration, but I've heard people like say like the new characters feel like mods, which I mean there's a lot of mods out for the original Slay the Spire. So trying not to feel like that is a hefty thing. Okay, I think I'm also going to have this go forward a little bit. So let me turn you off for a second. I never watched any like people stream mods or do stuff with the mods, but there's like a popular one that is you play as the enemies. I don't know how well it works, but it's a funny concept, because instead of slaying the Spire, you're like you're being the enemy. And I don't know how the bosses are, but if they aren't like the characters, I'd be disappointed. I don't know how you do it, because just randomly having them be axe strength, maybe. Anyways. Back to this. This is a little hard. Whoops. Where do you come from? Oh, you're the nose. Okay. You gotta stay. You're very important. Oh no. Okay, let's turn everything back on. Okay. Now we can get a bit of her neck in there. Go on top of this. Did I turn off mouse? Why? Okay. So let's estimate the next, like, neck comes out here. Goes like this. That look nice? No. Also, we might have to have a little bit of that in there. Okay, let's say the neck is here. I might have to cut this down a little bit. Okay, drop this down by half a shade. Just so I can have a little something to play with. 7, 80, 90. Okay, I think that works. We have to cut down the front, though, on this now. I'd like to turn this off for a second. Oop. Get back here, clean this out. Yeah, there's lots of things that you can have trigger off each other and make like archetype types based off it. Slay the Spire really works because the enemies are just as gimmicky, and Slay the Spire too. They've taken that up a level. Unironically, they have taken enemies gimmicks up a level. Like I was saying when I was doing the 7-day roguelike, I like it so that every single attack requires its own code. And seemingly, they like it when every single attack requires its own code. Because, yeah, that's what it feels like has happened. turn this off for a second. But one other one I always think of is like... is that the defect has like a meme build because they have a card called the Claw that gets all the claws in your deck get better when you use the Claw, and it's like a 0 cost for 3 damage, but then it gains 2 damage. All the claws do. And alright, one second. Down here. Here. Oh, whoops, my bad. And so they also have another card called One for All, which redraws every single 0 cost card in your graveyard or your discard pile. It allows you to put them in your hand. So, and the defect, for whatever reason, has a bunch of 0 cost kind of bad cards. Otherwise, unless you have One for All, because then it turns into like, oh no, you can pay 2 mana to play every 0 cost card in your deck twice. I always think of that. It's like, it's basically enabled by 1 card. Otherwise, I guess that you would say that like they're kind of meh. Most of them are like, hey, deal pity damage and give them weak. But anyways, we're here to draw this fairy. Let's step this out a little bit more. This is flesh after all. Oh, I'm on the collar still. Mistakes were made. I say. Also not digging this. Okay, let's do a little bit of cleanup on here. And I think I can actually just use the mid and it'll look better instead of having it go deep real quick. Okay, let's give her her side lock back and see how that is. Not too bad. Oh, her choker. I can put her choker on. Almost forgot that. I guess she's sleepy enough she'd fall asleep with it. Alright, so I need this to be the darker color. And, whoops, we just need to have a little bit of a star. Let's use this color. have it go like this. Get the top part of it. No, actually that was perfect. Cut it down a little bit over here. Cool. Now then. And also, seemingly I was wrong because they don't, at least right now, they don't have multiple characters. It was the multiplayer mode that they were showing, which seemingly they just jack up enemy health. And I don't know if like you can pal around and like go to different spots. But I do know, like I've heard that it works pretty well, which is surprising. And like if you all, as I said, I don't know if you move around like a blobber and like somebody decides a time or somebody's always in charge of moving. But seemingly it works pretty well. Okay, let's put a little bit of shade on this. Has there even been any, like, recent blobbers? Like the dungeon crawl where all your party members are just an amorphous mass of stats and equipment? I mean, like, more so than your typical RPG game. Like, they never speak in any way that matters. I know Bard's Tale 4... was kickstarted a while ago, but what was that one? There's this one that very specifically was attempting to bring back the genre, and it got a sequel. I never got too far in it. Anyways. How does this look? Fake animating, because I can't do both, because I can't do 3. So, boop. Whoop. I think that looks alright. Now I need to fix this entire part up for the top. I call it dress, or not dress. Well, no, I do call it. Let's get back into the lower one and get the arm set up, because we're going to be using that. Room. So we have the color here. Let's just grab that, make it go away, and we will just do the non-arm parts. I need to fix that quickly. Okay, first off, let's put you there so we don't lose that color. Very important. And then we fix them. We keep hitting the wrong button until we hit the right button. There we go. Is it the same way on the other one? No. Anyways. So, her shoulders do not go further out. Oh yeah, I also have to do this. One step at a time. So her shoulders don't go any further out than that. So we can just go like out and then that's her body going off there. So that's her middle, and we go like right about here, come down, actually a little shorter. Something of that nature. Possibly cinch this up a little bit. And we have to give her midriff. So that's where the wings come out of. Something like that, because we get out, then we get some hips. There we go. Then we'll have like the wings come out fully. Oh, they're going to be white on white. Oh, I mean, I'm giving them probably the same color outline. I'll be fine, but... Alright. Let's grab this. Highlight that. Maybe just a little bit for the spine. Let's grab... Oh, I don't have shading on this. We'll probably clean that up later. Okay, we take this, we darken it by a shade. Boop, boop. The glory... Oh, no. That's fine. I didn't touch anything on there yet, so I could just do that. Everything's fine. What? Ah. There we go. Readjust. And give her a skirt. Okay. I don't think I'll need to change this between these two, actually. So let me just move you guys out. Move you to a body group. And I think you'll be fine. Now, on the skirt, I don't think there's anything more besides that it's a very bell-type skirt. So we need to cover your butt. Because the whole band pants thing means different things to different people. This must be YouTube safe. Have this pop off a little bit. I'll have to put a little bit of something below that to join it, but as I said before, I don't know if I'll do the good old-fashioned, like, schoolgirl brings her feet up. Like, you know, they come in here and they go back out. Okay. That's where I put about crotch level it is, so let's just put a line there. So I think this would mostly just go with all this and fall into place. Boom. Make this look puffy. Like so. Okay, and you're going to have all that, yep, on there. So lots of scalloped edges. And I think I said before, the transparency on these is going to be a little painful, but I think I could do something. Also, these hands are oversized. It's not going to be what it should be. Okay. Then we got, I assume these go basically the same size around her back. Garters. The trim would as well, scalloping. So, we want to have this scalloped. We've got to scallop it now. So. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Okay, cool. And then we're going to put like 3 pixels on this. Sorry. I'm going to have to clean these up a little bit, but just get this in there right now. And then, oop. Oops, I didn't join that. Okay. Now that we have that, we can scalp these. Oop. Two. Pixels, please. Okay. Oh, this makes it look like it's going all the way up there. I might need to cut it, like, right here. Or at the very least, join that up right there. Do that. Okay. Leg. I don't think I need to show the guard at the back. I think we're fine there, so... To infinity and beyond. Oh, I thought I put down something on accident. I'm going to drop this by a shade so that, or half a shade. What I mean by that is 2 saturation luminosity. Just so they can be differentiated. I do this with most of my sprites too, if they have like 2 legs going on. Let's shape the calves just a little bit. I suppose we would be seeing the back of these. On this one, at least. Something like that. We have a metallic-y shade. Whoops. Let's use the same style as color here. Are they really big? Okay. Don't like that they're the same shade. This should help, though. Not going to help because the outline inline tool only affects stuff that has transparency next to it. Room. Okay. And I suppose we should have a little bit over here as well. Like maybe just a little bit down here. Just so I don't look like a complete hack. Only partially. Just keep it at partially. Though I mean in all contexts, with hack being somebody who only does one thing, like a comedian hack is somebody who only tells like one joke, I am pretty much a hack. Man, I want to play more Balatro. I really wonder how their content drop is going to be, because they've been saying they're going to do it for a while, that you guys are going to get more Balatro. We're going to add more stuff. And given how the game bounce, it's one of those games. Yeah, they've been saying it that they were going to like have it this like last year, this year, because they weren't quite happy with like the curse system and a few other things. But like I don't know, it might be just standard talky stuff where it's not going to happen, but people say things. But I don't know. I think I grabbed the wrong color. 82, 85. Are you distinguishable against that? Yes, you are. But, as I was saying, before I got distracted by myself. So, there are games that basically say, yeah, go ahead, go break us over your leg, over the leg, that's the fun of it. Oh, that's what that was. And I rewatched the Vampire Crawler trailers for before the demo dropped, and they basically say, yeah, we want you to break the game over your leg, and we give you lots of ways to do that. And playing the demo, they want you to break the game over your leg, and they give you lots of tools to do that. I think this staircase could be better, but is it really going to make much of a difference? And sorry, the thing keeps me from freezing to death has turned on again. I apologize for my mortality. I actually warmed up the house more than I would usually do it, just so I can have it turned off longer, but alas, it has turned back on. Like, they don't even have everything in the demo right now, and I want to max out the demo before the game drops, because that seems fun. But yeah. Okay. Now that we got the ruffles with ridges on there, we can give a gold outline and then give a little bit of this. So let's start with the white underlayer of the skirt. The petticoat. So basically every one of these things is going to have like one of these ruffles on it. nor how she's flashing half the room. She's sleepy. She doesn't understand. And this one kind of squishes because, you know... actually, this should be more fanned this way. Probably a little lesser than what I'm doing. I think I'm going to try and draw Mimi in a swimsuit tonight. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things like, upon examination, oh, I didn't realize. And I think that's funny. There's not much I can do with the knowledge on this one. I can't give physics. Boop. A little more cut down here. Grab our favorite color. Outline. And cut down this way so that things aren't lined up as much. They're going to be lined up and it's going to suck, but you gotta at least try. That's the important thing. When I the reason I'm saying that is that live 2D cubism, it does some weird things when like pixels are on top of pixels. It doesn't like what I do for my the models I work on. Okay, so we have that. Now, a little bit of pattern. I don't think I'll go completely too deep. Okay. Back to here. Let's get a line. Let's make it 3. Put this at 2 for right now, just so I can go on the edge. I'm doing a little bit sloppy right now, but it's almost 4 hours in. I wish to be done with this tonight. I mean, I could just stream tomorrow. Nothing's stopping me except, you know, good sense. Script, you have done a 7-day roguelike last week. Clearly you should sleep in for once. Get a little rest. Nah. Okay. So after I get this through, I'm going to go back and, oh, I'm at the awkward state where I need to flip. It's so hard. I changed this? Okay. I mean, that took forever. Yeah, I'm really in a spot where I need to keep flipping. Anyways. So yeah, vampire crawler, or whatever it's calling itself, because, you know, it has to have a kind of absurd name. Pretty good. It wants you to break it over its knee, and I'm thinking like late game content, given how the first one is, it wants you to break it over its knee. I should revisit Vampire Survivor. Like, they added a lot. They have like multiple DLCs, and they even got Konami to get involved, so they literally have the real characters. It's along with the knockoff, totally not Alucard. They have actually Alucard now. It's great. Absolutely hilarious. But I don't know what they could have added that actually, weapon-wise, that they didn't already have, as in an area and other such things. So you do reach a point, it's like, what can I do that's actually worth adding? I mean, for Magic the Gathering, it was Turtles. Ninja Turtles and Sonic. Oh. I wonder if all the people who wanted those sort of crossovers are actually happy seeing what they're getting. Do you know, for a while they were starting to like go like, we aren't actually releasing 5th edition D&D stuff. Let's try releasing Magic settings. And I think they literally did one and stopped. Because back in the day, it was like, yeah, these are two different franchises. We're not mixing them, guys. They do two completely different things. And then, like, you know, the past while, it's like, let's mix them. Oh. Magic Knight, why did you change? Not even Magic the Gathering, it's Magic the Fortnite. They aren't even like, they're actual standard decks. I don't understand. Anyways, we got a fairy to finish up. So, at this point, the major things to finishing this is, do I want to spend another 4 hours adding another frame? Which I say on some level, like, yes. On another level, I want to take a nap. I want to get to sleep at a decent time. So, probably not. But the major ones is getting the wings in there, which I'm willing to take a few more hours for. And then we get to rigging so that we can actually have it set up and be a model. I should really do some smaller scale one of these, but yeah. They got Hololive. They got Sue. Sue in there. Which is surprising, but yeah. There's Hololive girls in Fortnite now. Suisse. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know about the Godzilla stuff. I just know Godzilla goes around the map and kills everyone. Actually being, if you win, you get to fight him in a Megazord, that's actually kind of cool. I hate to say it, but, like, you win the map, and then you have your victory, like, can you actually defeat Godzilla moment? And, like, everybody has to watch you. And you know, since you killed a good chunk of them, they all want you to fail. That's incentive. This one probably should just be blue. I'm sorry, Mimi, for having to stare at your butt for an extended period of time. It's just for art. And then I also have to get oh, yeah, yeah. So how can I cheap this? How can I cheap this? I could put another one in there, and then a kind of wavy one in there, and then I could put a few stars on her butt. Okay. Let's do a 2 pixel, 0 rotation. And have it be like right at the edge of the ruffles so they aren't as affected. Okay, and needs to turn at this point, otherwise it looks bad. Whoops. Nope, we're making block. Yeah, I don't really keep up in Fortnite besides seeing like, oh god, they just brought this into the game. Sadly, Gura cannot be a Fortnite skin. My lord. Can you imagine just how much would happen with that? They would move so much. They would have moved so much in the heyday of it. Truly. Nobody would have been ready for it. Speaking of which, because I'm jumping from the Back to the Future to, your kids will like this song. I think Rickroll was taken down for a day and re-uploaded in high definition. Let me double check this. Because it was like, oh no. Rickroll. The original Rickroll has disappeared from this. The video has been da-da. The oldest clip da-da-da. Rickrolling. Let me check, because I swear that it came back up. But all the old Rickroll things no longer function. Whoop. Nope, it is down. It got claimed by Studio. Yeah. Sadness. Okay, I thought it came back up. Oh well. Another thing must be lost. Alright, this one should be like 3. Did I do it in block? 4... maybe? 3. Probably. Sad day for the internet. So many things so many old jokes have broken. You come across a site and it was supposed to rickroll you. Now it just links to something that got taken down, and people are going to be like, oh, it was actually going to give me something, but I guess it's gone now. Something, something, nothing lasts forever. Okay. So, I'm just trying to give this a bit of roundness. This should... oh, yeah, this is really doing weird stuff up here. I need to fix it. Because it's basically looping up to the start of her skirt instead of, like, disappearing. Either I need to pull this down more. Pull her skirt down this way more or something. Or I could do the ultimate thing and just go like... because it's less noticeable like this. I'll do it like this because, unironically, I don't think I can make it better in any good amount of time. So we'll just keep that frill on there. And then I'm going to just simplify it for the purposes of this. And put some... these little star symbols on here. These ones are going to be really tiny. These ones are going to be slightly bigger. Actually, this would be flipped. And then the last point would be like that. For sake of time, I am skimping out. I apologize, Mimi. I still want to rig this today. Okay, make this one actually a little more thick in the middle. Two, 1, 2. The other things to fill time. I'm actually taking apart my 7-day roguelike code so that I can reuse it later because I put a lot of good stuff in there. I think I actually took the plunge and did what I said I needed to do and actually just have all entities use positions. Or use, positions instead of XY. It wasn't hard to change. A lot of stuff I have to take out of it, but it's going to be used later. I think I have something I want to play with and try to use it right now. Not a roguelike, but standard engine stuff. Maybe I'll get to do that and see if I can actually get it done. Like all my other projects. Yeah, nothing much. I doubt it'll actually get finished, because nothing I do that isn't done in like a week gets finished. I still have to finish the one Achi game. I posted like one little bit to Twitter years ago. And Achi is actually supposedly coming back today, so... The thing that's left on it is like actually adding music, and I was trying to do it, but I should just punt and like find some chip tunes that I can use royalty free and call it a day. It's better to be done than to not be done, but be potentially perfect. I mean, like, I have Bammy trackers, so I can at least do like really cheap things of chiptunes. I have half a keyboard. Yeah. I mean, I do have some like chiptunes in some of my atmosphere music, I think. I'd be surprised if I don't. I have enough random free music, I should have it. And I have enough game music that I should have it. Yeah, it's been sitting there not getting done because I can't get music. I don't know people who do music. So, it is what it is. Good enough. Now, the real meat, after I figure I need to do arms. The arms are basically going to be, I'm going to have the hands here. They probably aren't going to move because she's going to, you know, stretch up. Whoops, that's not it. She's going to stretch up into this. So, arms pivot up a little bit. Then pivot back, and then that's the only change. Hands stay in the same spot. But the wings are going to be a main feature. So let's put it down. And then above body, but below the head, because it has to be covered by head, is going to be wing down. And I'd like at least 3 frames of them. I want 5. So let's first remove Mimi's head for a second. And then we have the wings here. So they're transparent, and then we have a little bit of work in the middle for veins and just going in. Then we have the second one down here. Start with, I am going to have them be at full transparency so I can have some idea what I want to do. And they are going to be coming off of, like, let's say, like, right here and right here. And they're just teardrop, or they're leaf shaped, so... They go up to her ears. Would they actually be over her twin tails? Or would they just be like, you know, flat out here? Which means I'm going to have to do some layering shenanigans, but I can have these collars. I could move down the collar stuff. Yeah, let's just do that. Room. New layer. Or new group. Down top. They go below the wing group. New group. Mid. Yeah, mid top. Okay, and we drag these all the way down. Right here. Now we can turn this all off. Boop. Now let's work with the one that might mess up the most. So let's do either of these... One second, where are you? You're top. Oh, you're in the same... Okay. Okay. Move this back. Actually, possibly just erase it right now. We'll say, like, here and here. Now then, I'm going to have to wing it. Aha. See, yeah, it's very much symmetrical across the middle here. So let's go to extensive here. And let's go to extensive over here. Make our crosses. And then let's eyeball it. And completely not get it right. Okay. Just connect them up and refine the script. One step at a time. This is like reverse enveloping, was it called? In one of my books that I read for like inking and all that, the concept of figuring out the extent of what you're drawing on paper. Basically, you make a big 6-sided object to say, like, this is the extent of it, and then, like, you slowly slice that apart till you figure out if it even fits on your paper. I think this needs to be moved over a little bit. Oh no, I copied one extra pixel. All is lost. Whoa. Woe upon the extra pixel copier. Undoable. Okay, there we go. Anyway, boop. I guess, actually, no, the wings might be above everything. Because if I want them to flap, they have to be behind the twin tails. Yeah, they have to be behind. Oh. Well, at least this one has to be in front of everything. So I'm guessing this is going to become a back wing group. Back wing down. And I'm going to duplicate you. And you're going to become front. Okay, so on the back one, we get rid of you. Room. And then in the front one, we get rid of you. And then we move you all up above the heads. Oh no. Tragedy struck. Nope, that's not. Okay. Nope. Keep your head down. Actually, no, let me think. If the head comes up... I think I'm on the right track. I think I'm on the right track. I might just need to swing these out a little bit. This is why I wanted a back shot of her. Yes, I know, it's a terrible phrasing nowadays, but... true. I think I'm going to have to just go a little more out than what would be expected. Just because of the head coming up. I mean, I could also just, you know, like, change the twin tail a little bit. So that's covering up this one, but this one just kind of, like, falls in front of it. Okay, here's what we're going to do. 90. Okay, that gives us a lot of room to play with. So, updating the shape a little bit. Oop. Unshrimp a little bit. Just curve this out. And then are they like the mirrored? These ones are a little shorter. So I think after I make them, ugh, the second lower set, I could just copy these, flip them horizontally, shrink them a little bit, put it on there. Right now I'm going to focus on these, but I'm going to stand up for a minute because it's been 4.5 hours. And you probably should stand up too. Get a little water. All that fun stuff. Anyways, be right back. Alrighty then. Let's get back to it. If I could hit buttons correctly. Okay. So, trying to figure out the best way to have this wing flap cycle not be interrupted by her twin tails. So I'm going to keep these as solid colors, just so I can actually see something going on. Can I cheap this? Okay. Also, they might need to move a let's fix this first. So the little bug part connects there. Comes up. Eases into there. Oops. This one I'm probably going to have to completely rework anyways. Have it match. Okay, anyways, duplicate. Front wing mid. I'm going to make you a blue. So, let me just put some animation lines in here. Our tips start here. I want them to be like right about here. Well, let's not do a full flap, like right here. So in the middle somewhere, possibly a little on the lower end, we want this. So I want something like this to go on. Right up here, it's going to be the most knife edge of it. So I don't know if I could do the cheapest trick in the book and for it to look well. No. But it's going to be a good starting spot because I can at least bulk this out to be in the same sort of line with it. As I said, like, let's tilt this a little bit. And I might have to fix up the bug joiny parts and all that. And I will have to go back and put in like the veins, or at the very least this bit that goes around there, because that's a very, you can pick that out easily in the model. So you should be able to pick it out easily in the other model. Yeah, let's tilt it. Let's do the full tilt. Make it interesting, because one thing I do is that I don't push it enough, and it looks like, just like, why did you put so much effort into, like, no actual change? Okay, let's squish it a little bit more. And now, redefine the edge. I know these aren't exactly on model, but woe be the animator. They do not know why they do not get any pay. Okay. So, this goes up. This would go up to like right about here. And then be as round as you want. Rome. I'll do an animation test in a second. I need to fix some of these most glaring of issues. I probably should something like that. And then once more onto the fire. We'll make it yellow. A joyous fellow. And this basically becomes knife edge. Like, we don't have anything. So we get it to, like, this point. And it's going to be like this. So let's turn off the animation. Let's make sure... it's a little bit of a cute tilt up, so let's try and bake that into these. Get back down here. Get a little bit of tilt up. I will say, as much as I'm like panicking, like, oh god, it doesn't match up. Does it matter if it... Is it a 3D model matchup? We're not here to look at a 3D model. I mean, some people kind of are. Or at least have convincing 3D on it, but... It's not a 3D model. It's going to have some things that are not correct. They should be as correct as possible, but... Not going to have them on my stuff. Okay, let's tag you. Ping pong circulation. So it goes up, it goes down. And we delete a bunch of stuff. Okay. How does the animation test look? Ah, terrible, because it's too fast. Let's put this at 75 frames because it's supposed to be a nice... Or 750 milliseconds. It's supposed to be a nice little gradual up and down. I need to have a little more swing on the blue. Because it just looks like it continues linearly from there and it isn't like swinging in and out, which is what I kind of wanted. A little more tip on the yellow. And possibly actually blunt out the nearest edge a little bit more, and I think we're good. Into the void. Thank you for your service. So I was saying, blunt this out a little bit more. Put a little more tip. And this one needs to have just a little bit more. Going out like this. Okay. New frame, new frame. This is the cheapest animation test I have. I'll be doing, but yeah. I'm not an animator in any traditional or any non-traditional sense, so I'll call something that looks like it's working a win. Ping pong. And we select you. I don't think that worked before on the frame rate, so let's go 500. Much better. I think maybe on the far side I have to add a little more to the yellow. But I think this is a much better working. Now just do it 3 more times. Ah ha ha ha. All I want it to do is look like that it's tilting, that it's moving a little bit, and that we're conserving mass. So it doesn't look like we're conserving mass. That's where things happen. Blunt it, but keep it like that. Okay. Now then, how do we do it for the other side? We could flip it all. Dare I be so, whoops. Dare I be so devious? Turn you off for now. Thank you. We'll be moving there shortly. Flip. Flip. Okay. We rotate you by 90. Negative 90. No. Negative 45. I said negative. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I think negative 45 is the secret sauce here. Uh, 90, 45, and like all the multiples of that are good for just rotating pixels because it's a transition that does not like mess it up like other ones. Or at least as much. That was 45. That was not negative 45. I don't know why it doesn't like register. Okay. Let's see if our cheapest trick in the West worked. So we go down, we put them under back wings. They're above the twin tails, so that'll have to be fixed up. Well then, animation test. Whoops. Okay, jump up here. Whoops. Okay, so these ping pong, we'll see how this feels. No, I feel it's close, but I think I'll have to tilt them a bit more. Yeah, they need to be slightly tilted a little bit. And technically, very technically, they should have different things, because... Yep, let's get to animation. Proper animation, lines and think of that. Whoop. Okay, get up here. You're close. You're close to greatness. Now, I should keep those on, so let's use purple for these ones. So this should be relatively the same, except going down. So this may actually be more like so. They should be the inverse. No. That's not making sense ahead. Probably a much gradual climb up due to the angle. I didn't hit Z. So this is like this. This one would more be like this. And I think it would be squished a little more in. Yeah, this needs to be like this, and it's like this. I think this would actually just like be out a little bit more. Because this is more knife edge, because it's like it's coming up to you, but this one is getting harder to see on the y-axis because it's going down this way, whereas this one's getting easier. This one's getting harder to see on the x-axis as it goes up. Okay, anyways, just go with it. Let's see what happens. Clean up these lines. And I might not get the single line on there. We'll see. When it's like at 6 o'clock, I might have to punt. Or no, well, 6 hours into this. Okay, you. Time for you. You got a tilt. You got a... Okay. Okay. Ah. Squish it down a little bit more. Actually, a lot more looks a lot better. How... Yeah, I think that works. I mean, maybe a little bit more down, but, like, these aren't even really going to be seen. I just have to clean up the edges, and I can call it a day. Get up here. I really wish I would have a very scribbly style that didn't have a lot of quality, that I wouldn't have to do so much work on. But that is 3 hours ago. I should have thought of that. But I did. I said if I was having too much of a problem, I could have... Please? Thank you. I don't get it when things just decide not to work anymore. If I was having too much problems, I'd like make this lower than Nest or Nest screen size. And then I went like, huh, how would it look on there? It's like, oh, it still fits on there, so I'd still be having the same issues. But I mean, like, I could have still gone with that. Okay. Get down there. And we make 3 frames. Put them in a tag. Ping pong it. And then go through it. I will say I actually did watch some animation stuff this week, but none of it would help me for this. It was a worthy try, it just didn't pan out. I got some other stuff in there too. Okay, 250. I think I'd be having like a lot slower. Let's say 800. I think it works. The bottom one I probably will have to have moved out a little bit more. And maybe, and just maybe, I'll have to have like a little join. Like a singular unmodified circle at the base. Okay. Let's just give this 50% opacity and set it to white. How does this look? Okay. I think we're onto it. I'm going to keep it. I'm not going to fight it. I'll have to move some other things to work correctly. Okay, select all three of you. Oop. 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 Now then. I'm going to go with this for now, but going to turn these off so I can actually work on the lower set, which are the same, but smaller. Flare out is routed at the bottom, so shouldn't have too many issues. New. Front lower wing down. Okay. So they're smaller than this, and it's like 45-degree angle off. So let's keep that one in here. And say come in like this. So it goes out like this, then 45 degrees. And it's smaller. So like right here. That doesn't quite look it. The bottom is flat, is that correct? Yep. I think this needs to be steeper. Maybe. And it looks too large. Excuse me 1 second, I need to refill. I'll be right back. I typoed her name. Oh no. I check on it 7 times and I still typo her name. Okay, give me 1 more minute. Another second. I need to figure out how to get this set up again. I could basically cocooning myself because cold. Oh no, I screwed up my mic. Yes, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. Okay. Volume levels look good, but they're probably trash. Anyways, back to it. I used blue last time. I used blue this time. I use yellow. Okay, so the way I'm going to try and do this. So we have this wing up. We can kind of use that as a reference to scale it in. I have to remember, conserve sizes. Probably swing this a little bit. Okay, grab that. That's not the right blue. That wasn't the right blue at all. Boom, boom, boom. It is hitting that time where, or that point where, oh, he seems like it was a bad idea to begin with, but it's almost there. It's still a doable task in the time set. I've done worse. I do 7-day roguelikes. Like, in things that should not be done in 7 days, an entire game is one of them. Most game jams are like a month. Okay, so this goes up. I think it needs to be pulled in a little bit more. Let's push back a little bit here. I mean, art isn't supposed to be going this fast. That said, I spec for it. I burn quality and I burn quality and expensiveness to good speed. What was it? Cost triangle, is it? The engineering triangle? Engineering triangle? It's fast, cheap, or reliable. Or usually it's fast, cheap, or quality. So I burn quality and cash, or burn quality and cheap to make it fast. That said, I don't do things expensive. So that's not quite true. Okay, I'm going to be getting rid of that one because it's going to be a modification off this. Still going to be yellow though. Actually, let's push it in and then rotate it out. Rotate it like that. A little more squish. How does it look against that one? Yeah, that seems right. I might... So this one I'm having go like... kind of like go out like this. This one is going up here, goes in. This one's up here, goes out. Because remember, this is... the wings work on a three-dimensional space. They don't just like hinge in because they don't want to hit each other and they don't want to interfere with each other. It's like flat out, they don't care. They go as flat as possible, but going in, at least to my understanding, they kind of want to avoid smacking into each other. Okay, let's see how this looks next to the original one, because that's going to be the only thing that matters, is that these kind of match up, and then I will be able to port it to the other side and do what I did before. I pull them out a little bit, the top ones, and squish the other ones in. Okay, so this is a new tag. We ping pong it, because we just want to go back and forth. As for frame duration, 700. 750 with 800 is kind of too slow, but it should work. So, get to deleting. Okay, let's watch this. I think the breath animation will have the up ones have the least amount of time. The blue needs to be squished out a little bit more. That's what I'm getting from this. Okay, so we get to this. This is the correct one? This is the correct one. Or, not squished, stretched out. Okay, turn off yellow for a second so that I can actually get in here and fix the bad lines. Sadly, I can't just instantly summon 20 years of animator into my psyche. If only, if only. I really do need to finish the Animator's Survival Guide. I bought it a while ago, and it's an interesting raid. Okay, let's get back into here. Oh, it helps if I actually copy. I was just thinking, I could have like a foot come up here, but do I really want to draw all that? Let's keep her extra sleepy. Okay, this one I think it needs to stick out a little bit more. Make sure I get the proper red. Okay. See how that feels. Oh no. I think it's good enough. Okay. To the void. I said to the void. Okay, copy these suckers. Paste them, and then oh wow, I didn't even copy all of them. Copy, paste. Okay, cool. Bring these down to the lower wings, which I have turned off. Drag the lower wings up here so that I can work on them. And then we can work on the pillow and background. And then everything will be hunky-dory. Okay, so we turn this on. Did I? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Turn this off. Now we go through the process. Whoop. 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 And then we start arbitrary, because I've found out it doesn't quite want to do what I would think it would. Okay. We'll do the squishing and changing later. Let's just get these suckers into place. Okay. And this one's going to pull back in a little bit. So it goes more towards this. However, since we're at this angle, going to be squished a little more like this. Do everything by eyeball. It may not be perfect, but I'm not shooting for perfect. Not being paid for perfect. Would I take this if somebody offered me money to work on? I think I would have done it in something that I know I can do better. That's my thoughts on that. You're right on top of each other. Well, the other side, they're apart. Something's off. I think all these need to be rotated out more. Yep, this feels better. Is it though? I might need to fix that back line. Ah, no. Okay. You now. Need to extend a little past you. Push you down a little like that. Still keep you fat enough. Okay, grab you. Okay, cool. Now this one. Whoop. And squish you down. Little out like that. And we'll get to see the test. We'll do an animation test, see if this all works out. That reminds me of the Toho animation tests, which were very bizarre things. The Perfect Cherry Blossom one was the best one. Okay. New frame, new frame, New frame. Ping pong tag this group. Like, there's no point in keeping these, because the copy over just means I have, like, a good chance of messing everything up. Okay. Boop, boop. To the void. Oh, wow, okay, it does not work like that. If you skip over them, they don't want to copy. So I should be able to do those two. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, no, no. Wait, wait. I deleted... Ooh, that was almost bad. I deleted the main ones and not the animation test ones. I was like, huh, I did this twice. Why am I not done? Grab these and put these at like 700. Whoops. Property, not new frame. Okay, let's watch this for a minute. I think the red one goes too far out. Okay, let's put the other ones in here too. Just so we can see it all together, because if it doesn't sync up with the back ones, that's got a pretty bad situation going on. The back ones should be the ones they sync up with the most. Wait, that was middle. There we go. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, nope, nope, nope. I am braining. I am braining real hard today. I'm putting them all back because, yeah. Make sure everything is there as it should be. Okay. These two should be deleted. This one should be deleted. These two should be deleted. These two should be deleted. These two should be deleted. And these two should be deleted. Okay. Let's watch this all at once. So first off, these are too far forward. Let's go up and fix all the back ones up here. Be like right here, so that they're in line with this. Copy, pasta. Copy, pasta. It is delicious, you must eat it. Okay. Only I couldn't have just like said, okay, nope, we're squishing it towards this. We're not doing any of like they bunch up and then go out for maximum airflow, but possibly could have had him do less, but I think we're good. The blue one could be adjusted a little bit. It goes a little too far up. And the red one could be a little fatter. Yeah, let's go a little fatter early on. Oops. Squish it down just a little bit. Means to move it up a little bit. Blue one looks fine. Yellow one I think can be squished. A little bit on the x-axis. Possibly just so that these don't line up as much. Okay. I think this is going to be the best it gets. So, copy, paste, copy, paste, delete everything, copy, paste, delete all that, copy, paste, send to the void, copy, paste. Actually, yeah, maybe the blue one needs to be tilted just a bit more in. That looks a little funny to me. Just shave off a little of this. Hey! No worries. Let me just show you where I'm kind of getting to the point I'm just going to punt. But the arms aren't done yet. The body isn't quite done yet. I've been doing wing test for the past 2 hours. But let me just turn the wing groups off. And I will say this is a MVP. this single layer. But welcome, Mimi. So I'm not getting all the stuff I wanted in here. I turned it from a 5 or a 3 point into a 2 point. And where is it? Oh god, I'm lost. Okay, there it is. So this is the head up. And I wanted to have it be a little higher, but I think that's all we're going to get, and otherwise the head is going to be buried in the pillow. So like that, the head position goes up enough and then it pops up. Otherwise I have the wing flaps going on, and I might need to work with the skirt a little bit. I couldn't get all the detail in because it was just looking very odd. I think I need to stretch that out, to be honest, to work there, but nope. Probably not going to do it. But yeah, thanks for managing to show up. I'm probably going to be at this for another maybe 2 hours. The animation is soon, because at some point I'm going to stop this. Like, that back there is just for me to like have some actual references in the void. But yeah, yeah. Actually, one other thing to show on here. Let me get the mid head, which is the top. It should be like I want to have like one more where... One second. Like I wanted to have like it be this one and she kind of like perks up and her hands like go back, but it's more going to be her arms are out here, but then they go up a little bit to the shoulder. But yeah, yeah. But I have just been slowly going through this as my mind goes, as tends to be all these streams. But anyways, where was it? Ah, yes. Head middle group. There we go. Turn this off for a second. I might go in and give this a 3 blink, but I at least have 3 mouths on here. I have the smile, I have the normal, I have the sad, and then the same for for the mid groups, and the closed groups are going to be definitely a lot different. So a sad Mimi, normal Mimi, and a smiling Mimi. When she has her head buried, you know, in the pillow, there isn't much you can see, so I haven't bothered on that. But I really need to fix up the pillow. I almost considered a docky. Thank you. What are you did I do another one at some point? I don't think I actually did. But, yeah, yeah. Anyways. This is a little more advanced than fan art, but yeah. Glad you like it. Hopefully it'll look good when it's finished, and it'll technically be a rig. As always, I have an open policy of stuff I do that's fan work. You can just have it. I'll throw it up in a Dropbox. All I ask is for feedback if you want to play with it. But, yeah, yeah. I'll make a little cute animation with it, like I sort of did with the Aicho one, where it just goes through it. Maybe I can put a little ZZZ next to it. Oh, wait. I should do that. Because Live 2D has a, or at least VTuber Studio has a idle animation in case you step away. And I could just have it like force the head to be down and eyes to be closed and have a little ZZZ up here. Honestly, I did consider doing a Seaway and Mimi little actual pixel animation that I could probably get done in like a half hour while watching something, instead of the madness that is this. But yeah, yeah. I wanted to do this. This seemed like a good idea. The only thing I didn't have is like... Excuse me, but I have to say, I don't have a back shot of Mimi. I don't have a photo of her with a back shot. If I had that, I could really tell where the wings are supposed to be placed and how they come out. But, yeah, yeah. Anyways, let me put this back down so I can work on getting those wings set up. And then I could finish up the arms, I could get the arms up, and then I could do the live 2D part. And this is collar down. Oh yeah, this is... Whoops. There's the mid collar. This is what it looks like, should look like on up. Because then you have this, and then you just have the collarbone there. But yeah. Anyways, this is what happens when you... how long have I been streaming this sort of stuff? Like the first year of having the actual YouTube channel... As a joke, I was not this elaborate in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't really till I actually paid for the license that I started going fully insane on this. Anyways, back to the grindstone. Oh, did I lose a wing? Or did I just turn it off? Oh no. Oh no. I turned it off. Okay, cool. Oh, that's the star pattern back there. So these go in like this. These come up like this. Should I push the blue one out a little bit more? No, I think it should be like right here. Maybe shave off a little more of the top edge. That said, I may or may not do a fast one tonight and other things, because I just saw that Lenny has said he's looking into doing Dragon Quest in the future. And I have an old Dragon Quest model for him that I cannot in good faith let be in the wild. So if he gets the idea of possibly using that, oh, that's terrible. So I think I have to spend like 20 minutes and just whip up one. Which I can do, because the Ness sprite style is not too bad. But, yeah. I tend, as I said, when I tend to get inspired, I tend to just throw all these out to people. Yeah, Mr. Bacon, which I haven't seen it. I haven't been able to catch Bacon in a while. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'd say I probably will end up doing a few more. Also, if you ever do a Pokemon game on stream, I'm going to end up making a trainer one. It will just happen. Because I really, on the money talk, I do think if I get any sort of notoriety as like, hey, this guy will make you a Pokemon VTuber model in like 2 weeks, I might be able to make, you know, like $30. Not $30. I might be able to, you know, pay for like 3 DoorDashes off that. Oh, wait. That was it. Honestly, if your personality is good enough, how good you do at the video games doesn't matter unless you're trying to be like, I'm a speed runner or I'm a challenge runner. Because as put, people will watch games they have absolutely no interest in if their favorite VTuber is doing it, just so they can see them react and do stuff with it. So don't be afraid to just do some ones. That said, all Pokemon games, you'd have to get like a Gato capture card and all that sort of stuff. Well, legally. You could figure it out through other ends. I won't say anything on that, but doing anything new requires capture cards. That said, the Switch 2 does dock to a TV. The Switch did. Not sure about Switch 2. And I think I'll have to punt on this. I think this is good enough. Okay. We delete all these. Into the void. Ah, no, too much into the void. Wait. What's going on? Did I? There we go. Okay, cool. Mogi? What about a Moggs? But, anyways. Oh yeah, you did have, like, a profile pic of, like, more facing away. Though I didn't see anything for that. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, now I'm going to set these to be 50%. Can I just type it in? Okay, I could just type it in. Sometimes I don't know what this allows. F2? Awesome. Click down here, click 50. There we go. Now we bring these back down into the void above where I have the placeholder for the other back wings. There we go. Right down here. So everything is on top of there. These are a strange setup of everything overlapping, but it won't look like that. I think it'll be good enough for now. So what I want to do next is I want to get the hands set up. Let's see. Put you over here. Okay, so tiny hands. We got a little bit of this on there. And I think I could just like... I could do it all in one layer and I could actually play with alphas. Wait, can I do this? Okay, 1 second. If I do a gradient, if I do the horrors that is a gradient... Also, I should possibly commission Moggy for something. Or Mogs. Mogi. Monomogi. Okay, so... if I have blue on the first one and I flip over and I take the same blue, but I change its alpha. There's the alpha to like 50. And then I go like, oh, I can do this. So what's going on is that in a sprite, does it have the same feel? I think it does. Okay, so I'm going to need to draw naked arms. Should I change this to an age-restricted stream? Yeah. Okay. Okay, get rid of this. So we draw the palm here, hungrily grabbing the pillow. Okay. Oh no, I'm drawing fingers again. Okay. Let me just look at this. I could be cheap. Oh, okay, 1 second. Let me take a look. And hope all the terrible things I have on the Twitter set up. Oop. Oh, they actually come out of the backpack. Okay. Okay, I might have to move these up a little bit. My assumption was that they came out of, yeah. So, okay, here's my thoughts. So it looks like they all converge like right here, and they come out the mid, or of the back of the crop top. So that's where I had all of them coming there. Okay, let me just stare at this for a second. Yeah, because you were using this for your profile pic. Now, this was like kind of looking for. Oh wait, that isn't a midriff. Oh. Oops. That's actually gold. I can see that here now. Sorry. Yeah. I thought that this was just like shaded skin color. That's actually a sash. I have it as skin because, you know, coming out the back here. Okay. Okay, this is fine. So all I need to do is just push this down. Let me turn the wings off. We're changing everything live. Okay. Because you can see I put a little seam for the back, for the, a little shading for the spine. Okay. Oh, the other thing I wanted, I could check on that one here. Okay, so we do have the frills on there, and it is a flat back of the sailor top. Because, I'll just put it up here on screen. 256, 256. Because there is like 2 options that you have for the backs of like sailor tops. So here's the back of her head here. Random brunette. So the 2 options you have is that you have the square back, and then you have this. And I could have easily seen that it was this sort of back. Oh, no worry. No problems. I mean, all else I just punt and do it the way I was doing it. I can fix it. It will be, won't be that bad. It's 1 layer. My main worry would be adjusting, like, the wings, because if... Okay. The only concern on this is the front wings, because when the head goes up, it gets wonky. So you see how the twin tail comes down here? If the wings go this far, it looks like I need to split this up so that this part is on top and this part is on the bottom. So it looks like the wings fold over. Because I do kind of have it like it's behind them right now, and that's fine. But if it's like this close, I need to figure out a little bit more. But I'm fine. I just need to revise it because I have my own, I guess, pride. Yeah, let's call it pride. To work with on making sure that they're correct. And this is an easy fix, because all I'm going to do is that I'm going to get the golden sash in here, because I don't need to do much more. So we're going to grab this color, because this is the gold I'm using for the clothing. Because as you can see, I put like a bit of layer in here. So we have this just go across. Actually, it's kind of thick. But yes, thank you for the reference. They've been a savior for this, because, as I said, the wings. Trying to guess exactly how the wings look from here is a little bit painful. And, like, I'm not getting in, like, the little bit of yellow. Maybe. We'll see how I feel in, like, 20 minutes. But, yeah, just knowing it was, like, at a perfect angle and that it goes down like this, all I needed. Okay, so we got the sash in. So I guess Mimi isn't showing off her midriff. Maybe a later design. Also, I apologize, Mimi, but I didn't realize. Yeah, the ribbon. I didn't realize the ribbon was that big. I feel a need to draw Mimi in a swimsuit, just to figure out the proportions a little better. But that could be for later. Actually, if you're still here, bikini or one piece? Well. I mean, both work for Mimi. I'll be honest, both work for Mimi. I'll even make sure to hatch the page so the one piece doesn't come off as white. Because I wouldn't be I'd be doing like a hour or 2 hour, maybe 3. Okay. That works for me. I haven't done one of those in a while. But thank you. I'll keep... Actually, one second. Ah! Me School One Piece. Okay. It has been written down. It's on my pile of things to do. I have a couple others on there too. No, commission me for another one. I will say this again and again. I do not, because it feels so wrong to go like, hey, look at this. And like, hey, do you want to pay for it? It's like, no, 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 no. Like, Lenny has a dozen models from me because I get stupid, terrible ideas. And then he ends up with them. Like, there is one he used on Streamlets that I'm perfectly fine with. It's better than it rotting on my hard drive. Of Lobotomy Corporation. Because he was playing so much of that, and I went, can I make a little lobotomy thing for him? Or Lobotomy Corporation chibi. And I could. I have a video of it up on my Witter. That I had to show off, but yeah. Okay, so now this goes back here. I'm going to have to figure out where the hole goes. Such a thing. But, yeah. Don't feel a need to pay for this. I literally have a template that is, there was no communication in, like, payment. It's like, I did this of my own free will. I do not expect any sort of compensation for it, nor do I offer support on it. I will say that. It's like, what license? The MIT license. But yeah. No. Just that's down the line. If you feel it, don't feel like you have to buy something from me. I'd hate to do that to people. It's like, it's against most of my principles for how I work on this, which is why I'm not going to make a lot of money. Okay, one second. Let me see on this. Well, she doesn't show that there's like a hole or anything. It could just be floating. Okay, let me think of this. But I thank you very much for giving that though, because I do want to have this work be quality enough that somebody would want to pay for it. So thank you. Okay. I'm just making a little hole here, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. And I'm going to have to turn these wings off, because I can't get this right. Like, I've actually made one for Demonstrous, too. And I think he said he wanted to use it for some shorts. I haven't seen them, but he's been pretty busy. It's just a thing I do. I must test my skills. Okay. Now, let's have this be toned down a little bit. True. Why is that being like that? Where are you? Who are you? Belt. Okay, let's erase you. Weird. No, I do say that I do have commissions. It's just that if I do a random thing, I'm not expecting anyone to pay for it. It's my own little test thing. But yeah, I will do something even crazier. Like, I did have it on my channel before the 7-day roguelike. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing, that's why. This all makes sense now. Well, thank you very much for coming. I'll probably get this posted tonight, and have a good evening. It was a pleasure to have you. It has happened before that somebody I was working on one of the fan models decided to show up, and that was interesting, but you did say you would show up. So, thank you for coming. Have a good day. or good time of day. If I'm going to keep that gimmick, I'm going to have to keep saying it. So, anyways, back to this. Banana. I can never say these right, but I'll try to say it for you, Mimi. Oyasu Mimi. How was that? Okay, where are you? Because I put you on the wrong layer. Yeah, you're on the wrong layer. So, thank you. I tend to skip out on doing those because I'm always afraid I'm going to say it wrong or type it wrong and it'll actually be something horrible. Okay, let's get this. I think one line will be good enough, and if I just segment it a little bit more there, yeah. Bop. Bop, bop. There we go. A little bit of back. Mimi got back. And let's just make this a little more square. Actually, oh, I got an idea. Since everything else is generally trimmed with this, we'll trim it with this. Like 2 pixels. A little port for the wings. Modified clothing for the Fae. Okay, let's delete into here. And drop this right here. Yeah, let's push this all the way down and keep it in line with that one. Thinking this is a little too much of a curve now. So we're going from here to here. Yeah, let's... It was worth trying, but might not be worth enough. Okay, there we go. Anyways, I don't remember where I was before Mimi came in, but that was fine. It's always a little weird when the fan one I'm working on, they show up for. But, yeah. Okay. I think this feels a little too close. So, going... These are on 2s, so I'll put these on 2s as well. What I mean by that is that going 2 across, for the most part, put out 3 right there and like put a corner, actually. One, two, 1, 2. Okay, I think this should work. We just need to make this look like it matches. And put the wing on. Whoops. Put the wings on, make sure that they're... So close. Okay. Can we slide everything up a little bit? These ones I can move around all day long and they don't have an issue. It's the other ones. So I slide those up. Too much Glossamer. Okay. So let's put these in a group. Front wing lower. Okay, so these are coming off back there. Okay. I think I'll just extend that back up. So erase a few more pixels. And then we go 2, 2, 2, and down there. Okay, select, oops. Well, I could just make it big and then go like that. Cool. And it could be close to the edge, that's fine. This one, can I make a little bit more out? Okay, these are ones going down, so I should probably keep them one. Yeah, I have a little bit of divergence between the sides. So let's fix that up. And then we could get back to trying to do hands. I'm totally not stalling because I don't want to do hands. Okay, there we go. Room. Do. There we go. Maybe I put a little shade down there, but let's turn these on, and I think they'll be good enough. Okay. New group. Front wing higher. So we turn that off, turn that on. At least keep it in the square. Grab this one. Cool. Okay, let's do the back wings. And they're slightly off, but the animation showed they worked fine for the sizes. Okay. Back wing higher. So we turn these on, we turn this off. I think these ones are fine. Oh, wait, no, oh, we need to get rid of that little thing right there. Okay, cool. Oh, it isn't you, it's the high one. Ooh, interesting. Group. Back wing lower. I'm going to update all your names. But yeah, I had a thought the other day of stuff to work on, because I don't know if another Paper Mario game would be coming out sometime soon. But I had a thought, because isn't the sprite sheet real simple for that game? And then I looked, and you know what? The sprite sheet was rather simple for that game. I mean, ignoring the attacks and all that, And like all the turning away from camera. But I could just take and mostly copy these into something. Not copy, but, you know, like I hold my paintbrush up to them and then paint the canvas. I could probably get enough of it down. It's in my wheelhouse, and then you go, surprise over here. But it's not that complicated of a sheet. Even like this, I thought there'd be more frames. Like it even gets down to like the emotions on there. And these aren't too hard to replicate. Mostly I think this is cut off because of his nose. Yeah, look at that. And I mean, anime girl VTubers don't have noses, so that makes it easier. Maybe at some other day. Though if Lenny does Paper Mario, or Demonstro does Paper Mario, or Mr. Bacon. Bacon Elemental, that's what it was. I don't know why I keep calling Mr. Bacon. But, yeah, I'm just saying I'm going full force and just doing it. Okay. This looks fine. The back wings... Oh, wait. We needed to get the top wing. And pull that in just a little bit. Oops, nope. That was an eraser. Nope, that is not the right one. Is it down? Oh, the mid one. Okay, I think that's all figured out. I can get back to the pain that is hands. But... I realized something. Pillow wrinkle. Behold my most devious plan. Oh no, those fingers, they just sunk into the very comfortable pillow. And now you can't see them. Oh no, I don't have to draw them now. Okay. Maybe a little too much down here. Yeah, let's just, And then, actually, on top of this one, I might as well do that while I'm here. Chin pillow cover. This is a very comfy pillow. Okay, so we go down like this, and then we have one go up here. We're going to have a little bit so that I can play with it on this side. Okay, and then we outline it with this good blue color. Boop. And then we get the blue back. And smack into this. Okay, now that we have that, we can have it go like down like this because, you know, face is really buried into it. And that was my, secret for what I was going to do. But since I'm doing it down for, look at that. Okay, maybe a little less... little of doing this over here. She's fine. Her nose is above the pillow. Yeah, that's a little too thick. Okay. We have to test it out, because otherwise we won't know. And then maybe a little bit of secondary, like right here. No, that's too messy. We can have, so this is getting pushed in. So tension is being forced there. Like something over here might buckle. And something like this up here. Nah. Keep it simple, scrib. Even close that up a little bit. Nope, nope, we gotta keep her nose above there. Otherwise she's going to suffocate. Okay, and bring this down. And then bring this up. When all else fails, make it cute. Nah, just keep it at 1. Then down here I can do the little bit of swing into there. Hopefully there won't be any fighting. Fighting on the edges. But I think it's fine. If it isn't, I'll just improve the texture and I'll drag these down like 3. But the fact I get a little bit of fake shadow is pretty good. There we go. Yeah, that looks nice. And then when she pops up, I'll remove that and just keep the pillow there. And as for this hand, okay. I might have to draw fingers on this one. But I think I just have to draw, like, them here. So get the sausages ready. So, like this. Like this. Like this. Little too small. Little too small. I mean, she has... Wait, you could just click through and erase? Interesting. Okay. So, about that big. Like so. Okay, get out the color scheme because I think I'm just going to keep these close together. Fix that. Boop, boop. Like so. And then a final one. Let's bury this a little bit more and I can just erase the extra down here. Okay, now I grab this color right here so that I can do the outline before we change this to be the proper color, so everything will be fine. And if need be, I will do the old trick of making them slowly fade to a darker color, Which kind of is done on this right here. Where everything back here is the other shade, but they aren't as aligned as this is. But anyways. Vroom. We'll see if this sticks. I think cutting off that last bit there is a good play. Vroom. Yes, that is the correct. Okay, let's just fill out the hand so that it looks like an actual hand. Outline it. Trim just a little bit off here. Okay, back over to this one. They're about the same size. So let me cheat. Boop. I don't know how I pulled that off. Okay, so that's cheated in. Now the thing I can't cheat is the actual arm. So I'm going to have to draw the skin first, the naked arm, and then I will have to put a the sleeve on it, which is going to be a gradient shift between a blue and a no blue. And I might be able to put in some of the stars on there. I'm not sure how heavy I'll be able to do it, but I'll give it my try. So forward arm. So I'm going to use this color, and this is going to come, oops. Oh yeah, it needs to be above this. Okay, so I'm going to have this above the collar. And this, but I'm going to mask it to be behind the collar when I get it done. And I think that will work, because I can't have it be behind the hair. I mean, I could have it be cut out by the hair. The hair and the collar can cut it out. Yeah, that's fine. So let's go up here. So her shoulder is right about here. It comes down. I think I can say like it comes out like this. Does that look fine? Looks a little short, but oops. No, this would have to come forward. Maybe it would be like down here. I can move everything up. I don't want to, but I can move everything up. Yeah, let's give a little more room. Because her head doesn't go up that high, and that was the main worry I had. So, pop that, oops. Pop that head up. And I select everything, literally everything. Turn on everything. Everything must be visible. Do 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 do. Okay. Well, I mean, I could shift click it. It doesn't care. Even stuff that I don't think I have anything in, but I have to grab everything. Okay, I don't need oh well, I grab layout. Okay, this gives me a few more pixels to work with. Oop. Turn you, whoops. Turn you, I should save. I haven't saved for a couple hours. A-Sprite does have an autosave though. Do I trust it? God, no. Okay. What are you? Let me just clean you up a little bit. And I think you're just the original back stuff, yeah. Your purpose is served. You can rest now in the void. Okay. So we're back to here. We got tiny little anime girl stick arm. Yeah, 32. Okay, and it has to go up here. So if these were, like, together, I could just go, like, here and then here. But this has to be pushed out more and then go back up to here. So this gets foreshortened as it gets out here more and more, which technically makes it bigger, but I won't be drawing it as bigger because, yeah. And then we go up to here, like so. And all I want to do is have this at least be at a decent angle that it's, you could swallow that it's correct there. Oh wait, this should be for the head down one. So, whoops. Head down, boop. So I can even bring this down a little bit more. But I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So, boop. Okay, let's turn this off for a second to just see. Yeah, I need a little bit more taper on this. Okay. Cool, cool. And let's taper this in just a tad. Pull this out, make these into 2s. I think that's fine. Maybe move it in a little bit. So, something like that. Maybe. I think I need to move the hand back a little bit, actually. Oh god, it's going to take forever. Oh, there. Oh! Okay. So like something like back here? Do I feel better about? I feel better about. What are you? Okay. I do need to fix up the pillow anyway, so it's not like all there. So let's have a little bit of a thumb that then disappears behind. Oops. It goes up and then it goes down. As she really zonks into this pillow. You could almost hear a feral growl if you were to try to take it away. It'd be a very sleepy growl, but it is one. Oh, the wrinkle. There we go. Room. Cool, cool. Wrong layer. I think that works out. Okay, so like the forward arm, this is going to probably have to be masked. Forward sleeve, and I have cap locks on for cruise control. Okay, let's look at this. So it ends in that little bit, so I'm going to steal this, but I'm going to make it a better gold instead of this one. So first off, actually, you know what? Do that. Then we grab this one. Go back up here. And then forward sleeve. I know it's not part of the sleeve, but trust me. Okay. So we have this, but I want to make it look more like a gold color. So one way to do that is to push it more into orange and actually saturate it a bit. As well as bring up the luminosity. Like, all the way up to 95, probably not enough. Or probably too much. That's a little too skin color, so we probably want to drag it back down here. Actually, I think we need to drop it. There we go. That is a more gold color. And then 60. I'll put that at 75. To outline it. And to really make it gold, you need to put a little bit of shine on it, which is, then you crank it up to like 95. And I think there would be a middle one on there too. But anyways. Okay, so we're going off of blue is the proper color for this, and I'm going to use it as the outline color. So you see this has an outline on it and how it fades into there, but the outline stays consistent. Same idea, except I'm going to be dropping this down to using a blue instead of a black for this. So this is going to surround the here, and this is going to be masked, cut out, culled by, yeah. I am braining. Okay, this is going to be cut out by the mask. Anyway, we come down here and we go into this. And this side, keep going out. And then we round. So we're about here. And then this gets very puffy. So we want to go like this. On there. And then back here, we want to say it's very puffy and even show like double mark on it. Now then, let's clean some of these edges. Which I don't think we can do unless we do that. And then we can take this color again, and for one of them, bring them down to like 128. So we start up here, select everything inside there, we turn continuous on. Oops. And then we get into our gradient fill. Maybe not the... Actually, it's great. Okay, let's say 220. $260 or $230. Something like that. Anyways, so we have that. We need to have a few stars on there, which I'm going to take the pale yellow that we have over here and just dot them into here. As I said, I'm not going to get them all, but it'll help if I get a few for the feel. She has a few up the sleeve up here. This is looking very Conway Game of Life. Actually, you know what? Too much texture on that. I think I'm going to keep these as, like, down here as 4x4 blocks. I'm slowly going to clump them and phase them out over here. And then we just have a bunch of stars on here. There is some constellation lines. No. There is just... They're twinkling out. Okay, so we get a bunch of this. I probably should double up on in here. Like put one in, put a couple in at 200 transparency to be like it's on the other side. $255. To go all the way down to sleeves? Yeah. That too much? No. No. I should be putting some lighter whites over here, so I'm going to make this lighter. So just getting the most dense layer in there. And then it fades up a little bit as it goes. I'm just making some doubles so they don't stick out like a sore thumb. I clicked on there and I realized, oh wait, they're different colors. I can't tell because of the transparency going on, but they are different colors. Okay. I don't think she has any on her top, but I do need to get the scallops in there. Now that I have that in here, that's fine. However, new layer, or new group. Forward arm down. Forward sleeve down. Forward arm down. So now I'm going to have oh, that's why. Her head come up. So that comes up, and we probably... Oh yeah, we have to turn off the the down collar, and turn the mid collar. Don't I have a... There we go. Okay, I wasn't turning off the full layer and I was getting very confused. Okay, go back up to the top. So we have this. That's not going to work. Actually, where's the rest of her top? Oh no. Let me check on things. Let me turn the wings off. Yeah, okay, I don't have a top for her like I have on the bottom. I am going to duplicate it. I'm going to bring it over here. Bring it underneath. Turn it on. I have it selected. Do I have it locked? I hate the... Why? What am I doing wrong to not be able to touch this? Can I touch this? Yeah, I can. What's... Oh, it's the whole thing. Duplicate. No. Okay, there we go. Now, all I need to do is just adjust this a little bit. Let me turn this off for a second. So when I say adjust this, why? It isn't off. I can plainly see it. Let me just select it. Okay. Sometimes I don't know why a sprite does the weird things it does. Can't you see the 2 pixels? That means that you can't actually interact with this way? No. Okay. I love a sprite, but sometimes I feel like it needs to explicitly say, I'm turning off half the features you know you're expecting. So now that this is up, we need to have an arm that is changed to fit the position that would be. So that would be like right about here. So back up here. I make a new layer. Forward arm up. Move that up here. We have to make sure that we're roughly the same size. So, whoop, 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 whoop. About right here. Okay, and then we go in like so. Now, nope, that feels a bit off. Well, that's mostly because of this. So let's connect right there. And this can connect right there. That feels fine. And then we have a continuation of this line showing overlap. Room. Okay, cool. Now then, here comes the fun part of replicating this entire process. So grab this. We make this a group. We call this forward arm up. Or no. Forward arm up group. Okay. Slide you in there. I should probably go get something to eat quickly. Hey Sprite, please, let me... There we go. It's in the folder now. Okay. Forward sleeve up. So as is before, we kind of copy around here. Then we go out, pinch back in, because it has to then fluff out. All this. And I probably should make the wrist part first. Let me use this color so that I can get the size. Okay, so this has moved up. Okay. Roughly the same. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, rank this up to 95. Boop. There we go. Now we can get back to this. How much poof did I have down here? Yes. So how much poof am I going to have up here? Yes. And this just goes on like this. Basically pointing down here. Now that we have this, we take this color, and we actually have the old color still selected. We put this down to 230, I think it was. We select inside here. I'm going to turn the old one off just because it's going to cover up everything. Where's that coming from? Room. Okay, there we go. Anyways. Then we go into our paint bucket. Get our gradient on. And then we can start the whole starry process again. Why do I have a feeling it's not actually as dark as the other one? No, it is as dark. Okay. Okay. So once again, bunch of stars down there. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to copy them to their own layer. Copy. Okay, turn this back on. Paste. Okay. So I can move all these up here and just start mucking with them. As long as I don't cut the big two ones in half too often. Okay, cool. Feel much better about that. So, I need to actually define the pillow a bit more. And is there anything else? No, background. That's about it, and I think I'm good. So, make this very soft. You will lose days of your life into this. This is a pillow that is an actual fact. The average human only lives about 30,000 days. How much of that is spent sleeping? Look at this pillow. Often simpler is better, so let's just give it that one big crease right there. It's basically doubled up. Okay, I think that's good for it. Okay, I'm going to get up for a minute, and I'm going to get something to eat, but I will be right back shortly. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. It has been consumed. Give me a second to clean up. Alright, I should be good to continue on for a while more. Ah, okay. Where was I? Ah yes, working on a Mimi. Okay, got the shoulders. They're going to have to be clipped by that. I think I was on to background. Yes. Okay. So we can make this a bed. Probably a... Okay, so how do I want to contrast this? So right now we have a dark blue. We also have this right here, which is a light blue. So we can put a bullseye around her by having like the bed go up at this angle. And then we can have another bit of dark by like having, I don't know, a wood of a wall. So I think I'm going to go with this. Bed. So while I would love to keep the lavender, probably won't be. That work? I think it works. I think therefore it works. Okay. Drop it down to 60. Saturation to 90. Oh, wait, I can... Wait, I can add something. There it is. Okay. Target acquired. Yes. Let's put this little guy whose name I can't remember. Dream Bunny. Okay, give him this off blue. Don't know if he's mascot, if he's just literally a plushie. I had asked at one point. Okay, so it looks like you're going to have to be in front. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. Oop. Let's bring you over here for a second. Okay, so you have a galaxy burst sort of tail going on. We'll put behind you. So this, my purple? Could be the backwash of it. How big? Decently big. Cool. And then we can go over to like here. Bring this all the way up. Bring this over to this. And use even more abuse of this tool. And then switch to a blue hue. Switch to like this. Then we're going to put it at like alpha 200. I'm going to make a new one above it. Alpha of like 200. Shift G. About 128. And 128. This is Stardust after all. One more in the blues. Got this blue. Okay, actually let's just have this be a pure alpha. Yeah. This will have to be good enough. Alright. Merge down. Merge down. And we put a couple of her stars in there. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, I'm going to have to do the same trick for the ears. This time I'm probably just going to layer them. First, let's get the ears in. Bunny ears. By using my favorite trick of just... Okay. We can... And they come together a little bit gradually. Make it slightly smaller. Up here. Go out. come back in a little bit gradually. And then contract 6. That seems good. Okay. Okay. Then above there, we start our fun. So let's go from this blue to this purple, but more over here. And we're just going to layer this. We're not going to try and get the opacities right. What else was in there? This is lighter blue, so let's go with you. Push you down like here. Something more over here. Okay. That's a little dark. Merge down. Opacity is 100. Oh, because that's a merge down. Okay. Oop. Doop, 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 doop. Boop. Boop. Select. Oh, wait. Mistakes were made. Okay, let's drop down to here. This would be a good outline color. And this is the rare instance that I do want it to extend into here so that I can do this. Because this has it on here too. Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit more, but it'll be fine. Okay. Otherwise, the Galaxy Rabbit. Okay, we take her dark blue and we smear it a bit. And then we use the pale yellow. And I'll still use it for the starburst. Okay. Got the little rabbit mouth going on here. Did I rig the rabbit to speak? I shouldn't rig the rabbit to speak. Rib. Don't rig the rabbit to speak. He says, but he knows he won't listen. Usagi, Usagi, da 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 da. Okay. Somebody has pointed out all stream mascots that can speak are just completely unhinged. Because their audience text-to-speeches them. Therefore, they will always be unhinged. They will never be cute mascots. They will always be sassy things that say the most off-the-wall, legitimate hear me outs. So, rabbit does not have back legs. Okay. Grib. Grib, what are you doing? No. It's not too late. I was supposed to duplicate that. No, what have I done? Okay. This is a little boring back here. Also, it should be a little darker, but it breaks it up and gives it a third feeling. So, what I want to do... Do I want to do it? No. Should I do it? No. Should I put lights in there? No. Do I want to put lights in there? Yeah. Or like shadows from a windowsill or something that just kind of sway a little bit. Or even just... Well, this would be a... Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be at night, but she could be sleepy and all that. I could put like a little lamp, light shadow that just kind of, you know, just goes in and out. So, I'm going to do a mask. Or I'm going to do this right here. Give it a nice warm yellow color. Oops, actually I could probably get away with this. Yeah, let's put it at like the 90s. 95 of saturation. We have that. Then I'm going to have an alpha layer of about like times 3 divided by 4. No, I didn't like it. No, it actually did take it. Okay. Awesome. Put this around. Oh, I have to do this in one go. Okay, so I did that. I'm going to jumble the edge a little bit. And what I'm going to do in Live 2D is I'm going to, this is its maximum size, but I will shrink it slightly. And like, it will pulse up and down a little bit on a breath curve or on something else. So that it, and be at like, you know, an opacity of this. So you can barely see that it's there. And it gives a nice little effect in the background of this. So, something of that nature. Okay, what else is left? My brain says nothing. So, let me check everything out and make sure... I have to split the eyes, and I might want to put... Well, what are we at? We're almost at 8 hours. I think this is good enough for now. Most of the frames are put into the animation and going up and down on here. So, let's split the eyes. And then get to rigging this sucker. First, we have to put the twin tails back down. Even gives a little more depth. That's great. Okay. So on to... Oh yeah, the lower ones have to be... Yeah. The lower eyes have to be half-lidded. That was something that I didn't get to do, but I will get to doing it now. Face, up, eye, left. What's going on here? Okay, let's cut this and make sure that it's actually there. Okay, it is there. Up. Right eyelash closed. Yep. New layer. Up. Left eyelash closed. So this is the chore portion. There's no getting around it. This is chores. Left eyelash open. Oh, up. Then we call this up as well. I don't think I'm going to go through and rename them. If I was getting paid for this, I would. But I'm not accepting pay for this, because this is something I did of my own volition. And I'd feel scummy as heck if I felt like I forced them to pay me for doing something they didn't ask for. They can pay me later for another one, in which I actually put a lot more effort in. Okay. So those have been split. Now then, eyebrows. I don't know why, because I don't think anybody cares. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I wouldn't say that my work is like, I put it out there to fish for them to commission me. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. I know there is plenty of fan artists who are only noticed because they do exceptional work for work of the Chuba. You know what? I think this... it's fine. No, it's not fine. All is lost. Okay, now it's fine. They weren't lined up well enough. Work for exposure. Truly. Truly the best way to work. Okay. I fell outside of there. Like, I'm not even doing tilts on this one, but we're a little past time. Oh. Oh, you're the original ones. Thank you for your service, but into the void you go. Okay. Save. And this is the head down group. Yep. Okay. First off, let's split you. And then raise you up like 3 pixels. And I may give the slightest hair physics, because as I said, I think I'll like have possibly a little bit of the head move back and forth. Let's also turn... There it is. Actually, that's kind of cute that it goes over the hand. Not cute that this is happening. Okay, I can mask that out. So I think I said I'd have to mask all, like, the arm stuff out. Anyways, I'll get there when I get there. Rome. I do know that the roaming tuna has gotten featured in Mint's little VIP on the Patreon thing. That was interesting to see. These need to be above. Where's the open ones? Yeah, these need to be above. Why are you down here? Why are you down here? That is not your place. Your place is up here. Left eyelash open. Bop. And while this is on like the cheaper side, because I'm not doing the full stuff, I think it still looks nice. Could it be better? Everything could be better. Could I do it better? Yes. Is there a reason to? If it was her birthday, maybe. Unironically, the things that I will get done and ready for a birthday are pretty terrifying. Oh, the amount of work. When you see that 6 in the morning, and you saw that 6 p.m. beforehand. Look at that. Okay. What is layer 1? Ah, you need to get merged down. I need to put, like, some up there and, like, one more down there. Where's the front wings? Guideline, you have served your duty. Animation line, you too. Bunny. I don't know what to call you. Hold your tongue. Do not say the deranged things you wish to say. Okay. Maybe move Bunny a little closer down there. The Coney did not interfere with the wings. Okay, let's shade this by like 5. 64, 95. And let's make you a line of like 4. And line you up all the way down here. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Put a bit of blue right there. Why did you do that, script? I wanted to do a little bit of texturing. It's not often I get to use the jumbler. I like the jumbler. Literally all my models were supposed to use the jumbler. Like, the original scrib thing that I have on the main Twitter of mine uses the jumbler. Oh, here it is. Animation to the void. Thank you for your service. Oh, I can just do this. That's fine. Did I do a little shadow? Made a little shadow would never hurt. And I can jumble that. Okay, go up here. Straight over here. Fill in the middle, just in case. Oops. Is there a gap somewhere in this? Ah. R. No, I shouldn't be doing off that, but I wanted to do like a little bit of... You know, I shouldn't do it on the pillow because I have some form in there. Maybe a little too much. Okay, I changed my mind. Probably fine, but I think it's just too inconsistent to have a good look. Alright, let's go through this. Layout I don't need anymore. Twin tail down, I do need. Twin tail mid. Yep. Pillow, most definitely. Body group. Back is no longer used. Down midriff. That still needs to exist, funnily enough. Legs. The belt is there now. Welcome back. That is fine. I'm going to be getting to the live 2D shortly, but take a look. I forgot his name. You had said it at one point. I figured I needed to put a little more into the spot. Anyways, let me go. Okay. The wings are there. I don't need to change the ears, unless I want to make them wiggle. I'm not doing that today. The eyes have been separated. Make sure they're on. The face down right eye, face down left. Open, open. Cool. Okay. Side locks, the eyelashes, that's all there. Chin pillow cover. Head middle group. Okay, let's go all the way down to the bottom of that. Ba 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 ba. Back. One second, what are the... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's in between the groups. That's fine. And those are all there. That is there. Top down. That is fine. The mid of neck, the choker, the ears, head mid. Yep, that's that. The nose, the mouth group, all separated out. I should probably have them all on, but I'll do that later. Hair cap is there. Twin tails, the inverted Hoge. Where are the eyes? I don't see the eyes. I passed over them, probably. Let's see. Where are you? Head down eye group. Okay. Let me just go through them to make sure. Upright. Oh, I didn't, I keep skipping over it. Okay, for this one. Okay. We're going to slightly, sleepify these eyes. So they're always mostly closed. Okay, let me just see if that looks fine. By turning off the closed. If that looks fine by turning off the closed. This seems to be going a little more up. Do that. And then we just do that. There we go. She's sleepier down there. Okay, I think everything's good to go. I have to turn on this for a second because... Oh, I'm no longer consuming stuff. But either way, welcome back, Mimi. I know this is a little late and I was talking already, but it pays to be said. Okay. We got a save. We got a Photoshop document being made. That is not where I want that to be saved to. Hold on a second. There we go. Didn't even make my computer lag. Alright, so we're closing that down for a second. And, you're not a scrib model. You are definitely not a scrib model. Mimi Lune, sleep. Please wait warmly while the GNU image manipulation program opens up. A million layers. Okay, image, scale image. I am going to have to scale you. Computer, forgive me. You're too good for this world? Okay. That's fine. Say export over the original one. I have to run this because the Lua that makes the Photoshop document does not like to put in the proper headers, or at least headers that Cubism Live 2D will accept. Okay. We're in the final act, though this shouldn't be too bad. Gotta wait for it to tell me the new version. I have not updated yet. Once VTuber Studio gives the AOK that, like, yeah, we've gone over it, I will update. Though I think technically only alpha, some weird alpha blending that they've added in, has to be explicitly supported by the system. Okay, here we are in my wheelhouse. Welcome to my crib. Ah, let me rename you. You are light. Okay. Now I'm just going to go through everything on here and make sure it's on. So that I can select everything and turn it on. Boom. And I'm getting a lot of number ones because I didn't change them all. As said before, I am not expecting pay for this. Nor accepting pay for this one. If you like it, get one that you actually have ideas for. And I can do it. Bunny. Okay, turn on your mouth layer. And I hit the Control A. I do the auto. I just do the standard because none of these are really being manipulated. And now it looks like an angry beehive. So let me get these into simple things. I don't think I will need the majority of these, but best practice. What, all the dots on there, like this one's being selected right now. These are just vertices, and if you move them around, that's how you deform the mesh that deforms the texture, which is the PNG of the VTuber. Right now, I am just getting these all named and colored in a way I like. We don't need to track the smiles on this. We don't need the Z's on this. We don't need the angles or the brow form. Because even if I use brow form, and like I'm going to tilt the eyebrows in case like frown I want them to go down, I'm just going to use mouth form. Maybe if there was a proper rig setup, yeah, but or a proper tracker, which would probably be like V-Bridger, but I never look too deep into there. I honestly should, though it's kind of overkill for what I do. This is the eye group. I make it orange. This is the mouth group. I make it yellow. And this is the derived group, which I probably will only be using breath, but I keep hair in there because I find it's useful. Derived means that it's supposed to have physics, or it has a, what do you want to call it? I make these purple. Or it has a, like the breath, I don't know what you want to call it. The breath thing, like it goes back and forth. You can have a continuous setup and all that. Either way. So speaking of which, I am going to have a Mimi position. I guess that's the name. Which I'm going to have go from -1. We could probably have this go off of... I'm thinking. Face position at Y. It's been only about, 8 hours. I have eaten twice during this, which is not usually what I do, but I wanted to get this done properly. So anyway, bunny group. Now we begin selecting all the stuff. So that is the forward one. The wings stay in the same spot. And then I need to get all the head up sidewalks. I should unshrimp. I do need to drink something though. So thank you. It's not the worst that I've done. Like I said before, I don't stream like a VTuber. I have these here to say I can do this in a quick amount of time. I'd rather people put their effort towards, I say like real VTuber, but towards like actual people who try to be the talent. Okay, so that is the lower one. So these are, oh wait, I need to have the other ones down here. So there's a couple more things I need to select to be part of the system. I don't think there's anything else on there. No. So this is going to be my toggle for Mimi Up. So I'm going to call it Mimi Up Toggle. Informative. You can tell I program. I wonder what real riggers actually name their things. So, okay. So we grab everything down here. Oh no, I still getting the wings in that. Yeah, I can't do that. So I grab these arms. Then I start grabbing all this. I've had An almost 12-hour stream before. I almost lost chunks of that VOD because it kept going after I quit it for whatever reason. Like, it didn't desync correctly, so the timer kept going, and I had to rush in and, like, kill it. That was an interesting time. Mimi down toggle. Okay, so the reason why I have this is that I could select both of these and I could set their opacity to 0. And, oh, I need to make sure that these are in there. So these... back twin tail, mid, needs to go into the mid one. It honestly doesn't matter if I don't have the warps correct on these. Most of the time it does. Because if, like, something's outside the warp, it tends to act a bit weird. The thing that keeps me from dying has turned back on. So I'm going to have these, because 0 is probably going to be the middle. I have to make the decision. Is Mimi normally sleeping? Yes. Okay, so 2 and 3. So on the Mimi down, I'm going to select this. I'm going to set this to 100. That's Mimi down. Mimi up, I select this. I put it at 100. That's Mimi up. I put in the end caps, and I push these close together. So point to 0. So now... I feel like I grabbed something. Yeah, I grabbed some wings in here. So let me pull out the wings. Oh, I don't feel sleepy anymore, and it's probably not a good thing. I don't have insomnia, but I can't lay down or I go to sleep. Oh, they're the front wings. I grabbed the front wings on accident. Where are they? No, they're the back wings. So those are the front... Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're in the group. Okay, one second. Get out of there. So, for these, I'm going to grab all the ups on them. And I'm going to make an up group. And this is how I'm going to have them flip through their cycle. Wing up group. Or toggle. And I actually can put that on the breath and give it a quick test to see if it's, if I didn't waste all my time today. I'm fine with burning time, but it's still funny. Like, honestly, try something and... Oh, the ear's in there, that's why. That's why I'm getting very confused. Like, honestly, you should... Oh, you should be in the other group. I'll need to put you in there. One second. Wing down toggle. Like, it's something you actually want to get good at. Try doing something weird with it, even if you have to throw it away. My entire... That's mid. Okay, it goes into the top one. My entire, like, everything I actually can half decently do is just built up on a pile of corpses of all the thing I failed at for it. And I really can't complain. If I didn't do any of them, I wouldn't be as good as I am right now. Okay, so let's say 3-5. You will be on. And these are the down ones. Actually, no, I think you should be higher. Okay, let me get back into here. So 6 and 6-5. Those are your timings to turn on. So the wings will be down most of the time, but they will do a flap to go up. And then we put something on the end, and we cinch this closed. 0.601. The mid will carry off of that. So at 6, 6.5 up to 85 and 90. That sounds nice. So we put you at 100. Put you at 100. Okay, still have everything on screen. I'm good to go. There have been many times that I have not gone back because I just don't think of it. 0.851 and 0.601. Now the final one's pretty simple in this. I will also add that this is the times on these are basically doubled on the ends, so this is like a whole breath cycle until it comes back. And at the end it's a little longer than you would expect it to be. But I try to put this on like kind of the thirds. So 8, 5, 1. This turns on. Okay, let me give this a save. Nope, you are not a snail. I was going to say I could make a Mimi snail, and then I realized I did a Skylar slug. What is it with mollusks? Okay. I mean, I didn't make a VTuber model out of it, but I can. That terrifies me. Okay. Alright, this isn't too bad to save. I've had worse to save. So this is how... Yeah, there they go. That's not too bad. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. Let me make it a little bigger. Well, I made the Skylar slug. That's what it brought up. I wanted to say slug. Also, I put a little window there so that they come out properly. If I hit pose, she should go up and down. Like that. But I need to make sure that everything is works. Okay, what is that right there? What are you? Oh, you're not in the right group. Yeah, okay, I didn't grab all these. No, you're in the right group. Huh? Excuse me, but I am confused. Oh, okay. It's an elf here. Okay, so Mimi down toggle. There we go. Now, here comes some interesting rigging because I have to rig these across both. So I'm going to start with the eyes. I usually do, but there's so much stuff on here, I had to work with it. So, first, we have to link this to the eye white for the up version on the left side. There we go. As you can see, it's getting cut off by the bottom. Now, there's the other eye in there, but yeah, we'll get to this shortly. And then we get the right one. That's good to go. And as I said, I'm basically going to rig both of these at once. So Lord help me. Okay, grab you. Link you to the bottom one for this. Those are legs. That's not an eye. Left eye. Yep, that's the correct one. That looks a little funny with the bottom eyelid. That'll be gone in a minute, though. Okay, so we go all the way down to the bottom, then we go up, and we look for the right one. Oh, that's the up one. There we go. There we go. So now that we have that, we are going to make in each side a right and left eye. So we're going to have eyelash open and eyelash closed, or eye closed for toggles. So this is left eye closed. That gets a warp. Right eye closed. That gets a warp. And then we are going to do it for the white, the open eyelash, and the eye itself. I don't have multiple blinks on this because I think most of the meat is in everything else. So left eye open, warp. And then I grab these ones. Right eye open, warp. Now that I got that, let's do it for the other side. Y. Left eye closed. Unshrimp a bit. My table's a little low. I just need to dislocate the shoulders clearly. I don't think I've ever dislocated them on stream. I don't want to, but... I am pretty sure I streamed with a dislocated jaw, though. That was an interesting time. Okay, right eye closed. And then we do the left side of these. Is there anything... The white, there it is. Okay. I was looking above it. Left eye open. Right eye open. Okay, now that we have all these set up, I'm going to set them all to an opacity of 0 so that they will have they'll all have the same starting point. And then I'm going to go into left eye. I'm going to give them an opening at 2, or keyframes at 0.2 and 0.25. Then I'm going to select all the open eye ones. Select this right side. Let's set that to 100. We're going to cap that. And then we're going to select all the closed ones. Select this side. Set it to 100. And put caps on it. Then we're going to select all these, which we can do by just going select. Going to adjust and cinch them closed. So now, blinks. And if I did this right, Mimi looks down, and we go blink. Cool. Alright. Now we select all the right ones because we're going to move them to the right eye parameter. And that will allow Mimi to wink. Which is basically just saying you have a good camera setup. I don't even think this one has left-right eyes, because I forgot to do it at the last minute because I had mouth rigged to eyes. So clearly I was half asleep when I did it. So okay, we have all that. Now I want to work on the eyes, which is just really quick. It's surprisingly simple to rig eye tracking. So now that I have that, I'm going to go all the way over here. And then I'm going to go all the way over here. Okay, set it back to the middle. I'm going to look down. Now, this is a little different than most normal stuff because it's not straight up and down. We're at an angle, which adds some oddities to this. But it's mostly the same. And I'm rigging it off the one with the more closed eyes. Because otherwise it's going to be like Mimi's looking down here and just like rolling her eyes. That's That could be fine. I just don't think so. Okay, so we look up like this. Okay, I want to have this go down a little bit so that it's a clean rounded. Either it's going normally across or that it's like, well, rolling. I know I said I don't want it to roll, but there it makes sense. Okay, here we have a little bump. And either this should go further out, which I'm okay with, or the other two should be pulled in. So let me just click to that keyframe. And let's push that eye like right about here. Okay, and the bottom does a proper roll. There's barely anything when moving down here, so I'm going to move this over a little bit. And then I'm going to move this over a little bit more. Okay. And I can't rig Mimi's mouth down here because she has no mouth. And not in a scream way. So these are closed. So I'm going to rig them into mouth close. Oh, wait, these didn't He's going to become biblically accurate for a second. Oh, she didn't. Okay. I should have put an X there. Yep. Because it's stuck down in the pillow. Oh, wait. I didn't move this out. Actually, does this look better when it's... Yeah. Okay. There we go. Because she goes down, and therefore she buries her face in the pillow, and she comes up, and she's like that. Okay. Now we group this into closed mouth group. And then we group this into mid-mouth group, which is what I usually do for mouths. I have them full, mid, and closed because it adds just a little bit more life instead of just like snapping from full closed to full open. Mouth open group. I'm going to have to go back and put in the mouth forms, which is what controls like smiles and whatnot. But for now, it's going to be fine. For a second, she's not going to have any mouth. And I need to go into the mouth warp. No cheek toggles on the, or cheek parameters on this. Oops. So, down here. Year 100. It's going to look weird for a minute because they're all on at the same time. But it'll be fine. 0.201. And this is just going to be mouth open group. This is just to simplify the process a little bit. I called it open over here. This should be full. So basically these two will trigger off each other and I don't have to worry about... excuse me. Worry about something not being set up correctly. So 100 over there, 0 over here. Boom. Boom. 0.201. Okay, so that's toggling. Now, these ones are going to toggle off of like 0.4. I think that's a good one. The mid one will be at the lower end of this. We set this to 100. The full mouth will be off this one. We set that to 100. And we put it on both sides. And then we cinch them together. Now this is like 99% done, but I want to put a little bit more work on a few things. Because I think I could get a little bit of head movement, which would be nice. Not needed, but it'll be nice. Also, I need to get the proper mouth forms on here. Mouth form being minus is frowning, positive is smiling. So I'm just going to grab these by the meshes, which Generally, you only do this if you're like working on, well, ironically, mouths or eyes. Anything that is just really a pain to work with normal meshes and you need the finest control, you work on directly on the mesh. Oh, that's because it's wrong layer. Change to malform. Actually, I should probably clear this out, yeah. Okay. Now we go into here. And -3. Turn you back on. Put in your keyframes. -2 or -0.299. Cool. Grab these, and then at -3, and then slightly above it, and then we will have this also be at 3 and slightly above it. I think though in settings you could like force it to be a smile if you need be. I usually think about adding a toggle, but then I forget to add it. But you can add your own emotion. No, wait. This should be just 0.301. You can't see this side, but I'm doing some slight things in the parameter adjustment. Whoop. Whoop. 0.301. Okay, so now we can just cycle through. I'll click off everything. So as you can see, like it's going from happy to normal to frown. And then we can also change the mouth to mid and do the same. Change it down to here and do the same. Okay. Next thing I want to rig is the eyebrows, which is just going to be the same between up and down. So I just need to grab them on both sides. And I'm even just going to... I forgot to hit shift. Okay. Oh, nope. Mistakes were made. I'm going to rig them directly on the mesh. I usually don't like to rig it directly on the mesh, because I could theoretically have them turn and all that, but I think I'll skip it this round. It's almost 9 hours. Okay, I think I just need to do this. And we are going to have these pull down a full pixel in both ways. And then we go up a full pixel in both ways. So like so. Okay, cool. Then we select the right one and the right one down here, or up here. So we went down the first time. And then we change them to be brow right Y, which is the Y tracking position. I knew most of this today was just going to be hacking away at this. I thought I could get more in, but I realized quickly, thankfully, that I was biting off a lot more than I could chew for what I wanted. Okay, I'm going to stand up for a second, but you can marvel at the Mimi in standard poses with some animation on her. Oh, yeah. I need to get the sleeves working right. They need to be underneath the hair and the collar. Where's her collar? I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I have put a lot of work into figuring out how to put as little amount of work in for wow factor. It's kind of what I think of. Okay, so where is the collar in this? So this is down collar. One of them didn't... Ah. That didn't make it into... here. Yeah, there we go. So that's what was causing that problem. Okay, now we're going to select these two. Whoops, nope, not that one. We select this and this, and we are going to reverse mask off of the top collar and off of the twin tail. As soon as I can find it. If you see it, let me know. So, twin tail, where's the twin tail? Right there. There we go. We got one. Now we need to do the collar. Which should be below this entire mess. So, we're down here. Choker, mid-neck. Is it mid-neck? Nope. I have a feeling it's not in the right spot. But it's not up there. Oh, wait. I'm thinking of it like this. It's going to be all the way down here. So, mid-collar. There we go. So we finally fixed that problem after so long. Now to fix the other, where it's down here, we got to go all the way down here, grab these two, and then do a reverse mask off the lower down twin tails. Head down. Where are you? Twin tail down. Okay, that goes over. And then collars all the way down here. There we go. So we fixed that. This can be behind it because I think that's kind of neat. Now, for my last little bit, I want to have a little bit of the head move. So I'm going to grab everything on the head. And I mean everything. Don't need that. I do need the back twin tail. I don't have the side locks. Where are the side locks? Oh, wait. There we go. Round one. So that's going to be head top, head warp face. Or no, head face warp. So what I'm going to do with this, because I don't want to have too much room for movement, is that I'm just going to select... Oop, I don't have the eyes in there. Let me get the eyes in there. And the mouth. Very important that I have, you know, the main features of a person on the head when it moves. Okay. So, this is going to move just a little bit this way. And this is just going to move a little bit this way. And this is going to bring it just a little bit down. And this is going to bring it just a little bit up. And then we're going to synthesize them corners. Okay, up, Mimi. Not yet. Go down, go left. Just a little bit more this way. And just a little bit more this way. Okay. We're going to do the same, but now for down here. Very little movement on this one down here, I'm going to say, though. It is going to also have to warp the pillow a little bit. And I think I'm also going to grab in here so that, like, the twin tail stuff, like, kind of stays mostly still. Don't even think I'm going to add, like, too many physics to it either. That's it. Okay. Face warp, or, down. Face warp. And I accidentally selected in there. Okay. It yells at you when you select both a parent and child, because then it gets confused. And I don't think it should get confused, but that's just me. Down face warp. Okay. All the way over this way. It's going to move a little bit over here. However, this is going to, like, kind of stay. Oh, no, I can't do it like that. Okay. Move this in a little bit to keep it from deforming. Gonna be a little bit, that's fine. And I'm going to just have it stretch out in the middle there so it can go like this. Oh, wait. Cheat to win. Control-Shift copy, then go over here, Control-Shift copy. Oh, wait, I have the body in there. I shouldn't really have the body. Let me fix that. Down collar and down this. Should be outside of here. My bad. I mean, they can be, but not really. So this one I can't really go up on, but you can put her face deeper into the pillow. Just a little bit of suffocation. I'm sure it never hurt anyone. Okay, so that stays the same. And this over here, woo, stays the same. Okay, and there's not going to be any up one because it can't go up. The whole point of this is that it's buried in the pillow. I also have one more thing I want to work on for this. And that is this little pillow wrinkle itself. Wrinkle reaction, we'll call it. And so you go over this way. It goes over a little bit and deforms. Mimi goes over this way. It also deforms. That's far more than it should be. Something like this. Nope. Control-Shift copy, paste. Okay. Oh, she isn't? Okay, one second. Let me... Did that just get lost in translation? Maybe. Okay, let's resynthesize some corners. And get back to here. So, got a little bit over here. And now we have a little bit. Push that down like this. A little bit less. Cool. And then we have the pushing deeper into here, which I probably should honestly use a brush, the brush for, but I am so used to just grabbing grids and going to town that I don't. Okay, let's synthesize them corners. Okay, last little thing I want to have is the light warp. And this is going to be set up off the breath, though reversed from the wings so they don't, like, compete. So this is going to, like... I think I don't like it going that much. Let's just have it, like, shrink slightly. There we go. And I guess I'm going to give a rabbit mouth. From 0 to 1. Because I gave Momo the ability to speak, which is something you should never give a mascot. It only ends in pain. They live to say the most deranged thing on stream. I don't know why. Okay. Bop. Bop. It don't stop. Oh, wait. It do stop. Ah, that's why. I thought I had them both selected. 0.201. Boop, boop. Didn't have anything for the eyes. So, one thing to add to here is the, I guess I'll just call it Mimi posture. So this is going to be an angle so that it doesn't, like, fling around, and I'm going to put down its... I think it should be mostly off of angle Y and body Y. Angle Y being the way the face is tilted. They're both going to be angles in here. Body is going to be doing 80% of the lifting, but a little bit should be off of Y in case that isn't set up. So we're going to add a just normal pendulum. We're going to put that shaking down to like like 5. And its convergence time down to like that. So if we look up, takes a bit. And also I'm going to have to put this at -60 and +60 so that the Y itself could theoretically trigger it. Let's put you down to 60. Well, wait, I don't even have it put in there yet. And then we add onto here Mimi position. So Mimi looking up, we'll get Mimi to go up. It's a little jarring. It needs like 2 frames in there, but as I said, could be a lot more. Anyway, I'm going to stand up for a second and let it just pose. And I think we're done. I may actually want to have the arms move a little bit. Not like much, just like kind of possibly have it squeeze in on body exchanges. Yeah, it needs like 2 frames in there. But that would require a lot more hair work and probably a couple more hours. It's doable though. Rabbit, are you not trying to speak? Okay, you do close your mouth. Yeah. Let's just do one little more thing, since I have a lot of stuff I could do with this one. So, back hand warp. And as I said, I think I'm going to rig it off of body Z, or X. So the more right it is, the more that this goes in. And I'm going to squish the pillow a little bit. The more out it is, more I'm going to just move out a little bit. So that said, I need to grab the pillow. I need to add a little bit of deformer. Pillow squish. And this is just to give it a little more life. So this goes out a little bit. And the pillow kind of resets. This goes in. Pillow pinches. Grab this. We rotate it slightly. Pull it up. Cool. Over here would be a little more difficult, but it can be done. I'd have to rig it between the two of them. So I think I'm going to just leave that one kind of like stuck in the pillow. You know, I could just grab all the stuff down here. Kind of have it move a little bit. Nah, I want to add as much life as possible, but I think we're good. This accomplishes what I wanted to accomplish. Which is a cute Mimi that will bury her face in a pillow and then pick it up. And her wings. Flap. Yeah, it needs like 2 more frames between there to look really good. Maybe I could get away with 1. Because I did this at literally, I wanted to have 5 in total. But, I realized that the side locks and the twin tails would have to be represented and like shifted every little bit. And I could possibly do that by dividing them up. And then doing like linkage parts, just like sliding the ends in and yada yada, but yeah. Or I could just have rigged them fully down and then just snake them over and had them follow where they're supposed to be as the head goes up. But that wasn't what I wanted to do with this. I wanted it to be more animation based with a little bit of rigging on there. I think I got it. I do think the left side lock is a little long when it goes down. Just plops and then goes all over. But that's mostly because, like, she loses a third of her face. But I think it's done. And I think I'm going to be done with this stream for today. It only took about 9 hours. So, thank you for joining me, and have a good time of day. I will probably be streaming next week. I don't know what I'm going to be doing as of right now. But maybe there might be other updates going on. We'll see. But for now, I have a cute sleepy fairy that I have rigged a fan model of. I'm happy to have done that. With that, have a good time of day. And I will see you later. Oh yes, Mimi. I will see you later.